Namaste, peeps. I hope you're well. How are you doing, Tom? Tom, I see you in here. Hermes' 7 principles, universal law dictates, or whatever you want to call the forces that govern all of creation. Let's hear it for the one mind, that collective. Yeah, well, welcome to those that are joining the show. Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are thriving. I just jumped out of the shower, so please excuse me if I'm looking a little bit disheveled. I was running a little bit late. It's my 6 p.m. It's tricky because I can't make it earlier and I can't make it later because it's already ending at 10 p.m., which is pretty late. But Om Namah Shivaya to all of you that are in the chat and watching, or just sitting watching. I hope you guys are having a fantasticular, super awesome weekend. I've got this little guy who keeps landing on my... You see here in Cape Town, if you leave the window open in the evening, you get all these little guys that fly in, little moths, little michis, little kinds of little guys, and they come and sit on your screen, and it's a bit of a wind-up. Yeah, I'm not clapping. It's all good. I'll clap for myself. Big love, dear brother. Yeah, man, the sun's out. Nice to have the sun. Everybody loves the sunshine. Big love, namaste, dear cosmic brother. How are you flowing? How is
Hey, man,
the
what's
world
up?
going?
Doing all right?
Yeah, man, we're already on live. I jumped straight into the studio, straight on the live. For those of you that are yet to arrive and will watch this retrospectively, or for any newbies that don't know us, this is Cosmic. He's called Cosmic because, well, he's cosmic. That's how he rolls, and he's a medium of sorts, if that's the right word. But he channels the Fae, but he doesn't channel them like a Sure style or any of those other kinds of channeling directives. He has built a relationship with the Fae over a number of years, and they share bits of insider information with him. And so he's got a whole system that he's working on. It's a language model system. It's an occult based system. It's effectively everything you need from a magical system, really. And so that's our dear cosmic prankster. He's a prankster because he loves to take things apart. It's the way he rolls. And give us a few words about yourself before we jump onto Indy, dear cosmic.
Yeah, man. So basically, my whole project with the Fae is this sort of Zarfexology philosophy. And for those who don't know, the idea of Zerfaxis and Zarfax is the idea of understanding existence through consciousness bubbles or bubbles of experience, and understanding how the different bubbles kind of relate to each other, how they're sort of organized and stacked. You can start to sort of map out and understand essentially the universe. And yeah, so that's I'll just that's kind of a brief. I can probably gotta go more into these ideas later, but I'll pass over the mic to Indy and maybe get a brief intro for him.
Cool. Thanks for the brief introduction. And
I haven't given you an introduction yet.
Oh,
for those of you that,
awesome.
For those of you that don't know Indy, people don't like doing their own introductions, and apparently I'm good at it. At least that's what I've been told. Indy is a shadow worker extraordinaire, but he's also had some crazy experiences brushing up against the shadow of voodoo shadow magic. He's a researcher, an anthropologist. He's deeply embedded within the Tao and Hermetics and like all sorts of fingers and pies of anything occult or metaphysical and esoteric. And he's a keen researcher. He's also got a blog site, so check it out. He's going to share it with you. Welcome. It's an honor having both you guys on the show, and let's hear from Indy, brother.
So glad to be here. And my shadow work that I do in my brief interlude with some voodoo shadow magic coincide, actually. I had an incident where I was brought into the dark side a little bit as a victim, and after surviving the near-death experience, I then got versed in utilizing shadow work that I had briefly been exposed to in my undergrad. At this point in 2007, just having graduated with my bachelor's in psychology. And since then, over the last almost 20 years, 19 years since then, I've really gained great mastery in shadow work for my personal ascension and integration and grounding, and also to help others provide guidance to those that seek this kind of self-mastery and are ready to make those shifts and changes in their lives. So it's been a really beautiful experience. And for a long time, I was kind of diametrically opposed to the light workers because I feel like they're missing half of the coin. I feel like together, shadow work and light work really work well together. But in its own sense, I feel like light work is extremely important and essential for people, especially those who are not ready to make a spiritual awakening happen for themselves, which is not all roses and peachy. It's a challenging um, transformation to go through and metamorphosis of the soul. So most people don't really get there. A lot of folks just get caught up in the ego and conformity and basically um, have an interlude of like the midlife crisis where they get a chance to actualize that soul awakening, but oftentimes they skip over it. And sometimes on the deathbed, people have that awakening just before they pass. But I also study ancient philosophical Taoism and Hermeticism and eclectic ancient mysticism. I'm very interested in the New Age movement. I'm trying to get familiar with occultism and the New Age movement, oftentimes critiquing the missing parts or the elements that have extra wisdom that could be more insightful, that might be helpful to people, so that they cover all their bases. But I have yet to come on board with a lot of the New Age movements, except for the Law of One, which I'm a great proponent of. Also, I'm a deep ecologist, which is part of the feminism movement, and I support the revival of the sacred golden matriarchy. So, with my oneness and matriarchal ties, I know I ruffle a lot of feathers in this chat, but so it is. Thanks. Glad to be here, guys. Excited for this topic of esoteric keys of resonance. Should be really good.
Well, there you go. There you have it. I hope you guys have all enjoyed that. We've got Gaz, Chaos, Namaste. Welcome in the chat. We've got Howard. Big love. Namaste to you as well, of course. We've got Naraka. Welcome. Hope you're having a great day. We've got Tom Rue in the chat as well. Hope you're having a good day, enjoying the sunshine, and everybody else that's sitting there watching. I think at the moment there's only just 10 of you. We've only just arrived. We're getting 11. Wow. Thank you for joining us. You've made a good choice, a wise decision. You shall not regret it. So let's make sure that you don't regret your decision. We're talking about the esoteric keys of resonance. Reason. We're talking about the esoteric keys of reason. And then reason, and then reason, and reason, and sounds like a kind of a slow build up to a cool dance track. But that's really what we're talking about. Rhythm, the movement and the vibration of the field of consciousness that becomes this experience of matter that I maintain is not separate from consciousness, but is truly the substance of consciousness experienced in these terms of solid mass. So that's also a topic we're going to brush upon. We'll be dancing upon the keys of meditation. What is meditation really all about? Why is it got the word medi in the middle? Is it about medication or is it about medium in the middle? We shall see where that's going to go. We're also going to be brushing upon the 7 principles of Hermes, the Hermetic principles. Why? Because principles are much better than laws. Laws are there to be broken. Principles, those are the things we can all work with. So you don't have to break principles. They're not like laws, right? Laws just don't work because, the moment it's like having a law is like having an open slab of chocolate, right? It's much easier to store when the slab's closed. The moment you start opening that slab of chocolate, then people start like, oh, let's open, let me have a piece. Before you know it, the chocolate's all gone. And I think that's sort of how laws work, in the same sense, because it's there, it has to be sort of, taste has to be sort of um, danced with. And because of the proverbial situation that we find ourselves in the process of making sure that everything is as it's meant to be. Give me a second. That was my phone ringing. It should not have been ringing, but it was ringing. That's on me. Make sure the volume's off. So, yeah, I do think that we're going to be having an interesting conversation today. We're also going to be touching upon the chakras. Let me find my Google tab. Where did they put it? There they put it. There you guys are back. Lovely. So we're also going to be touching upon the chakras and looking at how the chakras and the sephirot are somehow fundamentally different, and the spheres of existence, which essentially is the form, the shape, and the structure and the form of reality. So we won't be looking so much at the qualities. We'll be looking more at the solid hard lines and just exactly what this language is. It's going to be a part of the conversation too. Vibrations, the way in which vibrations become definitions, because a vibration is I have 2 objects, right? I have one object, right? And a vibration is a movement from one object to the other object, to the other object, to the other object, to the other object, to the other object. So we express this as a wave because it's moving to and fro, both directions simultaneously. Or in true form, it's moving like a toric field towards and back. Because this is how waves move. They will move in 2 dimensions, because when you apply pressure, you have an equal but opposite force applied back towards you, right? This is 101. So yeah, we're going to be looking at all of these things, and we're also going to be touching base on how to consider the nature of these vibrational fields as they fit into this field of rhythm, and how important rhythm is, and why it's so important to be black in this day, and right? Because we know the black guys can dance. Thank God I got some black DNA in me. If I didn't have black DNA in me, I wouldn't be such a dancer. Like I enjoyed good diva days in my life, So that's just a joke. It's just a joke. You white people don't need to feel bad. You also got rhythm, just different rhythm. But let's crack this conversation open. Let's get a crowbar tucked into it, and let's see what we can do with it. So where would you guys like to start?
Well, I feel like resonance are the ants of reason, and they are like a hive, and we're all part of the same hive, but some of the ants like to dance together. And if the ants are really close with your reasoning that combines, the ants will dance in your pants. And you can basically be in the same groove together. But I also feel like this is going to be a great discussion where we're going into meditation and maybe touch upon the chakras, which has a lot to do with the inner self and the subconscious mind, accessing the divine within, going into the heart mind. And so in ancient Egypt, when Ptah created the world from the dark watery abyss, he thought up the world first in his heart, then spoke it into being with his tongue. And so through this, we got the world. But I think it was some time before the Ben stone or the Zip Tepi mound emerged from the watery abyss when the Bennu bird appeared in the sky and the sun finally rose. But basically, when we go into the heart mind, this is a lot of work that's done with shadow work. We go into a place where the soul resides. And even though Rene Descartes said that the seat of the soul is in the pineal gland where the third eye is, I'm not saying that's not part of it. They've recently found that there's 40,000 neurites in the heart. And it's a big part of our nervous system, and central nervous system is connected to the heart and to the gut through the polyvagal nerve and through the 40,000 neurites in the heart. We do a lot of things when we're going into speaking with the inner voice in the deep silence, which I think they've said that a lot of people are not able to do or forgetting to do in the recent modern times because there's so many distractions to keep us away from the deep silence. And if you get the opportunity to be able to do that, and you can overcome the monkey brain or the monkey mind, driving your thoughts in circles, you can get into that deep inner silence. And I think it's just a matter of time before, with practice, you can eventually begin to speak to that inner voice, the watcher that watches you within your own subconscious mind, that connects us to higher consciousness. And I feel that once we're made that leap and we're connected to higher consciousness, then we can begin to embrace the transformations that come. And through like processes like shadow work, we are able to take that inner turmoil that's a process of the ego, where we become ruled by the ego. It takes the driver's seat, so to speak, and we then are following what's known to me as the inner dragon, as it was spoke about in alchemy. And the inner dragon is not something you kill, it's something you tame. Once you've tamed the ego that resides in like the brain and analysis and the persona of how we present our external self, then we start to become more in touch with the deep inner self in the heart space, in the heart mind. And that heart mind is connected to the foundation of the cosmos and the source mind and the primordial realm, which is made from love and light. And we have that love and light in our heart, we start to see the world differently. No longer are we projecting blame and shame onto others through judgment. We're now able to have discernment and understand things from a different, deeper perspective with an expanded heart-mind view. And we can see others as an aspect of ourselves because we're all part of the higher consciousness, being created by the source mind, common source mind that we share. And as we go into in our lives through the ego to the lower consciousness, we get divided and separated. And that ego is the delusion of separation. Once we've overcome this delusion of separation, we start to realize the deep interconnectedness of things. Then we become more understanding and forgiving and have deeper compassion. So I think this has been a process of me discovering this wisdom from going into deep meditation for decades of my life. And it took me at least 20 years before Shiva appeared to me while I was giving a guided past life regression meditation at my spiritual center. It removed my throat blockage that now allows me to speak my truth. And that turned me on to coming onto these podcasts and starting my blog page, which kind of happened simultaneously. Where before I just thought, okay, my thoughts are just too eccentric. People aren't going to understand this. But I believe we're in the new renaissance right now, and there's a new system building. People are waking up together, And it's the right time right now for this kind of information to come out here for people that are receptive to it, and to be available for when other people do become and receptive and start to reach out for it. So it's been powerful to be able to do this. My friends have been talking about the 14 chakras, which I'm not familiar with, but they're showing me a diagram where there's another 7 chakras above. So this is interesting to me. I'm always interested in these new spin-offs, but I do like to stay traditional with ancient mysticism. So I don't know, did that conjure up any ideas for you guys to bring into the table here?
I guess when I think about resonance, I always think about it in terms of music and what songs and what tones and what melodies and harmonies, resonate essentially with my being. And one of the things I've always kind of questioned, sort of growing up in my life, is the notion of how we like the music that we like. The common sort of mundane narrative is that you were exposed to something when you were a little kid, you were younger, and those past experiences are what shaped the music that you like today. But then you have to think, when you were a little kid, it's like you still had music you don't like. It's not like you're this baby bird and you just automatically, whatever song you hear, you just automatically like. Like, if I just take like some death metal and play it to an infant, that infant is just going to automatically like death metal. No, probably not. It's probably going to freak the baby out to some extent, And but what it makes me think about, because lately I've been thinking a lot about free will and how, even with some of these ideas of karma, about how, I've always have like kind of like ethical arguments against karma, but I've been kind of taking a more kind of causality kind of thing, because I think there's a kind of determinism to it. There's a kind of a sense that you are part of this sort of causal chain of events, and that truly recognizing oneself and recognizing one's free will is recognizing an aspect of consciousness that transcends that sort of deterministic, chain of events. And the problem with oneness is that there's no distinct identity that is outside of that sort of, chain causal events. And that's what's kind of interesting about the outer Zarfexes, because it sort of presents a reality that reflects on that matter. So I think in a lot of ways, when you find what you resonate with, I think that in a sense reveals a true aspect of what your soul is and the nature of, essentially who you are. Because in a lot of ways, from the Fae's perspective, they have a kind of a binary model of consciousness, in that it's the sort of the intersection of, projective awareness and sort of receptive being. And that's definitely part of the whole, resonance idea. And it's that recognizing those two aspects of consciousness is how you are able to sort of distinguish your, individual self, your soul, and your free will. The thing about their understanding of, belief systems is that they determine, that bubbles or Zerfax bubbles of belief systems that are kind of like limited to themselves are called, Zerfixes. But there are believing Zerfixes and there are skeptical ones. But there's a kind of similar pattern to both of them, in that they both kind of, remove the sense of self. And the reason for that, because if you think about, believing Zerfixes or belief systems that are sort of, pro-awareness, they emphasize awareness. Like if you think about like Buddhism, Christianity, or any kind of religion, it's all about getting to the pure awareness of consciousness and the soul, and a sort of escaping the animal false nature of being, that sort of that bodily, fleshy world of being. Where if you contrast that to a skeptical belief system, if you are like something like a materialist, for example, and you are nothing but matter and atoms, then you are nothing but being. So from the materialist perspective, being becomes the reality and awareness is an illusion. And so from both of those perspectives, you have, Buddhists who say that there is no self because we're part of a sort of a karmic chain of events, and that the seat of existence is sort of this like emptiness. And likewise, materialists will say the same thing, because our sense of self is just the, byproduct, a bunch of atoms coming together. And says one model says everything is pure awareness, which is the sort of the Buddhist Christian sort of model of reality, and then the other sort of materialist atheist model of reality, where that says everything is being. But in both of these paradigms, it sort of creates a dynamic where the sort of the individual self is seen as an illusion and gets sort of absorbed into the collective whole. But it's that binary aspect of understanding the masculine awareness and the feminine being the sort of the sexual union of the god and goddess that is the creation of the soul and the self, and realizing those different dimensions. That, I think, is where sort of real sentience and free will comes from. And there's a power in that, in recognizing that there is an aspect of your consciousness that is outside of the deterministic flow of things. And I feel like in a lot of our society today, we're really taught and conditioned to think deterministically, that, you don't have any, free will, you don't have any volition. All of your actions are merely the catalyst of some kind of previous event that happened somewhere in the past, or it's sort of a pulling of something towards the future. Well, but whether you're being, pushed from the past or pulled into the future, either way, those kind of apply a sort of a linear time vector, a sort of a linear track that keeps your consciousness aligned that. And so to kind of go off the track, to go off the path. And I don't know, I guess this whole concept of there being Zarfexes outside of our Zarfex, it really kind of, and separating the universe into these sort of Zarfex and Zerfax bubbles, it's then that you start to find this deeper free will. And then you can start to really understand, magic. Because I feel like one of the other issues I have with a lot of modern magic, or just, sort of traditional magic in general, is that it can be very fatalistic at times. I mean, I understand that, you think about astrology, for example, and the influence of the planets. And, I think that we should understand the influence of the planets, their consciousness, and their overall resonance of these things. But I think in the same way that a lot of these atheist materialist types think they are sort of deterministically bound by matter, that it completely subverts their free will, I think some occultists make the mistake of looking at magical forces like that the magical forces of the universe completely override and subvert one's free will to the point where they have no real agency, and they get really fatalistic, and it's like, oh no, the Mercury retrograde, and everything is, terrible, and I'm cursed or whatever. And it's very easy to get caught into that, fatalistic sort of mindset. And so to me, when I find something I resonate with, it's always something that seems to allow me to step outside of that sort of deterministic causal vector and find what I think is true spiritual freedom.
Something I wanted to say. When you were talking, I heard you saying, what were the words? They went in my ear, they stayed between my eyes, and then they whispered away off into the cosmic space. You were talking about police us. No, you weren't talking about police us, but I heard the words police us. What were you talking about, Cosmic? Right in the beginning, not police us, but
I'm not sure either.
It was one of the words you said sounded like police us, but I think like that's got a lot to do. Oh yes, you were talking about how we learn what our belief, right? And the beliefs that we gain, they sort of, they define us, and how much of those beliefs are innate, are based upon our own orientation within ourselves, emotionally, spiritually. How much of it is informed by our surroundings and just like, oh well, that looks like a good idea, they did it, I'll do it. And how much of it is literally handed to us by our ancestors, in terms of DNA, and that it's just sort of, it's in our blood, right? There is that thing in the blood, and it's an interesting thing. You'll find that, like, for example, there'll be certain things that you'll be drawn to, and you won't know why you were drawn to it, but when you look at your bloodline, you go, bloody hell, A lot of people in my bloodline were drawn to this. Interesting, it's a proclivity. And I was thinking about how they police us. And they use the belief that we have to police. And it's quite interesting when you consider like you questioning one's own beliefs, right? Because we're talking about reason here. Probably a good thing to do is to go back to the beginning of reason. What is the beginning of reason? And I would say, I'm just going to quickly say live now, rocking. Yeah, baby. In YouTube search, just putting it out there that we're live. People can come and join us. Reason, ray, sun. Reason, ray. So we got to look at the sun. The sun, tarot, and get it up on the screen. Get it up on the screen. We got to take a hit from the bong. No, we don't got to take a hit from the bong. We got to get it up on the screen. And there we go. And clankety clunk, clunk, clunk. Indy, you haven't taken a hit from the bong since like back in the good old days.
It's true. It's been a while. But
it's so
the last time I hit the
strange.
bong was with my girlfriend in June. So been a couple months. I got a little bong though, but I haven't hit the big bong in a while.
No, well, it's good not to smoke because it's we live longer. We live longer with cleaner lungs. There's the obvious reason not to. Well, it's nice to toke once in a while. It's nice to also not toke, to experience both sides of that perimeter. So here we've got the card that defines reason. Why does this card define reason? Well, what do you see on the picture? And I'm going to take you guys on a little bit of a slightly esoteric and occult journey into the mystical tarot and how it's related to the origins of our Phoenician-based Paleo-Hebrew inherited systems that are dominant within the magical systems in the West, and also quite fundamentally important within our language structures that we use. Most of our languages do come from Phoenician. There's a very interesting division they've drawn between Afro-Asiatic languages, the Afro languages from Africa. Many of the so-called more modern scholars are very convinced that there's no connection between these African languages and the Semitic languages, right? And actually, there were other scholars that had other theories that have just been like ridiculed. There were more people that entertained these theories in earlier times, but the further we get away from history, the better we seem to understand it, is the theory that we're being pushed upon us, which obviously makes a lot of sense, right? In other words, if I see something and I tell John's not going to have as good an understanding as Peter, because John will have told Sarah, who would have told Paul, who would have told Annette, who would have told Michael, who would have told Andrew, who would have told Peter. Now, Peter's going to have a much better understanding of what happened than the guy who I told. This is the nonsense that we are supposed to buy. This is what passes for anthropology. This is what passes for history. I mean, tell me it's not ridiculous, people. Come on. Tell me there is a broken telephone in the room and it's full of echoes, and the echoes are all just echoing away. And but if you look back further into the history, you'll see that there were different ideas. Very interesting. And there seem to be a lot of parallels. For example, the ancient Greek. So much of their language came from ancient Egypt. But if you look on it, none of it did. Why does it come? All the deities are acknowledged as coming from ancient Egypt. All the names for the deities are connected. All the deities came straight from ancient Egypt. And since religion made a big part of ancient Greece, it imprinted itself on many aspects of life. Go figure, right? This is what religion does. So there's some obvious loopholes here that show us that things aren't as they are. But getting back to the reason, we see a ray of sun, right? So we see the sun. Which sun do we see? We see both suns. We see the sun, which is up in the air, and we see the sun, which is the child. His son, her son, the child, the sun. And the sun is sitting on the white horse, representing power and purity, the pure power. And the other sun is sitting above in the sky. And there are rays connecting these two suns. So the ray sun. Now, yes, sunflower, exactly. Now, when you look at this tarot card, right? This tarot card comes before the Last Judgment, which comes before the world. And the world is the 21st trump because the first trump is not numbered, as the first trump sits both at the end and at the beginning of the pack. It holds two places. That's why there were two jokers in the card pack. Namaste, Frank Monday. I hope Monday's as good as Sunday and that Saturday's the best. Welcome. So what we've got here is effectively the penultimate trump, right? The penultimate trump, the second last trump. Obviously, it relates to the penultimate Hebrew letter, hence there are 22 Hebrew letters, and they were actually extracted from the 22 trumps. We know that the Phoenician alphabet arose from Egyptian iconography. Which Egyptian iconography? You got it right here, baby. It's been readjusted over the time. The images have been readjusted and reinvigorated as it traveled through the Europe. But it's the same archetypal architecture and language structure, symbolic language structure that we're observing. It's not really very different. So the Hebrew letter that corresponds with this particular trump happens to be Resh. Let's pull up Resh for you guys so you can get a little bit of a look. Resh. Hebrew letter. Ancient. It looks nicer. The ancient letters look so much nicer than the modern insulting nonsense that they've got. So here we can see on the right. Oh, hold on. Let's share this. Okay, there we go, baby. So there you got a good look at what we're looking at. Hope you guys can see it. Yep, there you go. So on the right, you can see there is the more modernized Resh. That's not the modern Resh. It says modern there, but that Resh has been like that for a long time. It's one of the box letters. Then you got the Paleo-Hebrew Resh, which is in the middle. And you got the other one, which is the pictogram, which sits on the left. Now, this represents the head. Not just any part of the head, the front of the head. You can see it in the Paleo-Hebrew, very clearly representing, there's your spine, and there's the front of your head, like the beak of a bird. And here in the modern, it's literally the front of your head. In fact, the letter that comes before Resh is Kof. And Kof represents the back of the head. Let's show you Kof so you can get an understanding of the difference. So you can see we are literally looking at the same thing. Let's share this one instead. So there you can see. And on the right, you see the more modernized version. There you see the Paleo-Hebrew version, right? And what they're calling the late and the middle Hebrew. And so this is essentially the back of the head, right? And the back of the head represents the unconscious, right? The unconscious forces, which is tethered to the major arcana card, the moon, right? This holds the number of 100. Resh, the front of the head, holds the numerical quality of 200. That's quite interesting. 100 versus 200. There's something in this with the 200 representing the potential. Potential are things that can be changed and affected. 100 represents the subtotality, the unconscious, effectively. So here we can see quite clearly the front of the head being represented. And that's what this card, or the iconographical images and metaphysical architecture of archetypal reflection of the symbology in this card, has produced as an alphabetical letter. Excuse me for wrapping those syllables around my tongue like bits of ice cream and jolly chocolate. So here we can see the sun holding the key to the rational mental capacity. So we've got the ray sun, the reason, right? And ray represented the highest aspect of intelligence. That's why we speak about someone being enlightened, right? That's why we say that someone is very bright, right? Because of the light. Light represents intelligence and information. And that's why the iconographical symbol for having a good idea to this day is still a light bulb going on. In the old days, it used to be a lamp or a candle. It would be the same iconographical symbol in say, the medieval times. So the sun represents that light, ray sun. So reason is all about rationalism, and it's about the logos, because the logos is the fundamental expression of the rational form of information. And reason is what connects one idea to another. To be reasonable is to find the middle path. To reason with someone is to find the middle path. What connects me to you, and what is there between us that's rational and reasonable, that we can find affinity. And so we're talking about affinity. Hence the number 200 represents affinity, because it's 2, and 2 represents polarity, represents potential, represents the power that can be moved by the number 1. When you see the number 1, and I want us to recognize the difference between the mystic number 1 and the actualized number 2. This is very, very important, right? This tarot card carries the vibration of 1 in the major arcana, which is the mystical notation. But in its actualized form, as Resh, it carries the number 200, right? So here we have 19, the 19th tarot trump, which is number 1, or we have 200, the power and the potential. Now, when you look at the symbol for the sun, you guys probably all know it, but I'll kick the ball out there just because balls love being kicked, and it's my job to do some ball kicking. Let's just hope they don't mess me around. Oh, God, these blooming people, AI people. Circle with dot. Oh, there we go. Thank you. It's like, just to get a little bit of sanity here in this world ain't so easy all the time. So this is the proverbial symbol for the sun, solar symbol, which you will see in an astrological chart, actually. And what do you see here? What do you see? You see the mystic representation with the actualized representation. The mystic representation is that which is hidden in the center, number 1. Right? The actualized representation is the mystic representation, which is inside number 1, plus that which it corresponds with around it, which are 2, representing the relationship and the polarity between the point in the center and the point on the circumference. Right? This is basic mathematics, isn't it? Basic ideas, but that's really what the symbol is telling us if we really look at it and delve into it. So we are being showing here that the number 2 and the number 1 have this mystical relationship. And we can see this for all numbers, 3 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 4 and 5 and 5 and 6. It's the nature of plotting and understanding the difference between mystic numbers and actualizing numbers, which are used for 2 different branches of magic. Sorcerers use them in different ways for divining different parts of information, right? Whether we're dealing with actualizing matter, actualizing events, or whether we're dealing with matters on the inner planes, 2 different realities. So there's an idea, just to give you guys some background as to where I'm coming from and why I am saying what I'm saying. The relationship between the sun and the boy, which is the sun, is the ray. And reason is thus intellect, right? Because it's because of reason, because of the affinity and the relationship between one idea and another idea, that we are able to draw distinctions. And this drawing of distinction is why we're able to learn, right? So now bring this back to what I was saying about Cosmic. Well, what Cosmic said about the conditioning of our minds, right? And about the policing of our minds. Reason is the first way to be able to manipulate someone. If you can reason with them and reasonably explain to them an idea that they will accept and believe, then you will have been able to control them without controlling them overtly and directly. And this is what's going on. We can see the political systems and the financial systems and all the systems that are controlling us because they have reasonably been able to convince us of something that's not actually true, though comes from an element of truth that has been twisted and perverted in such a way that we're not able to distinguish the esoteric nature of what's being done. And this is why we find ourselves in this predicament of moving towards financial slavery, into a digital slavery system that's basically delivering us hook, line, and sinker into a world of robotics, AI controlled, transhumanist expressions of humanity in the future. So that's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation, right? We want to stop that. Well, yeah. So basically, reason is fundamental, and it is the key, and it is also essential to understanding the powers of the sun, and it defines matter. We're going to get into that. David Icke was right about a few things. What do you guys think? I don't want to just
I have some thoughts. I think you're actually very right in that this card represents reasons, and I can kind of, because in a sense, the sun represents sort of the illumination of truth. The sun allows you to see your environment and properly gauge what you're, looking at. And then if you think about what the naked child represents, he essentially represents a child who isn't wearing the clothes of ideological assumptions that are informing his decisions. He's pure and he's innocent, and he hasn't been sort of tampered with other ideas and other concepts and thoughts. And if you look at the horse, what the horse represents is the ability to change one's position, whether or a new idea or something is proven wrong, and reason allows it. Oh, if something is wrong, the horse can move to a different spot in relation to the sun, so it's not ideologically rigid. And I think when it comes to reason, I think that there's an important distinction that needs to be made here, and that's your reason versus other people's, in quotation marks, reason, quotation marks. So I think a lot of people have sort of false reason. They have a sense of what they think is reasonable is sort of ideologically, but because most people, they kind of have a sort of an ideological metaphysical foundation for their understanding of reality. And that does essentially kind of inform their entire, understanding. So from what I kind of realized, that reason, actually true reason, comes with accepting the mystery of life, accepting the mystery of existence, and living in that uncertainty so that one has room to gauge and understand the universe. Now, when a lot of people use quote unquote reason, they're looking at reason through their particular ideological lens. Maybe they're an atheist materialist. Maybe they're a Christian. Maybe they're a this or a that. And they kind of use that kind of conclusion-based first reasoning to understand things. But I think that the problem with reason is that a lot of people use it to draw conclusions too quickly. They think that there's something that's slightly reasonable and they just kind of, oh, we're just going to draw the conclusion immediately. And that's, I think, why in a lot of ways, people can be deceptive with reason. But I think that makes me think that we need to kind of find a way to distinguish between, false reason and true reason. I think true reason for me is something that is aligned with the total mystery of what the Fae call the concept of, Ozozo, where it's just, total infinity in all directions. That really leaves an open space for understanding. Because I think a lot of when people try to reason you into something, it's kind of more like, I'm trying to think of the analogy, like a person handling a wild animal. They're kind of like leading it along with like a piece of food, kind of like luring it, into a cage, so to speak. You're like, oh, I'm going to get this nice food, but then you're sort of being walked into a cage. And I think it's also why emotion is important. Like, I think that reason sort of checks intuition, but you also need intuition to check reason. So you need these two things to kind of, keep each other in check. Like this whole, binary understanding of consciousness that I've been, essentially talking about. So in a lot of ways, what we and with this card is a sort of kind of like a naked openness to sort of the universe. Like, the fact that the kid's not wearing clothes, there's no real cultural conditioning that sort of bounds his existence. And because one thing I've kind of realized is that, when you go through life with clothes on versus when you go through life without clothes on, it actually creates a sort of subtle shift in perception. Because in a lot of ways, when you wear a certain article of clothing, you're sort of, it's a kind of like a social contract in the sense that you're sort of agreeing to be, part of society. You wear a certain set of clothing and apparatuses, and, you're basically it sort of merges you with the kind of the social structure and the kind of the social hive mind with you. But when you take your clothes off, now it feels like now you're more in the collective of nature. You kind of stepped outside of that human collectivity, and you're just in that kind of raw, primordial, natural world. And you can even see that in a lot of ways, there's also flowers, behind the kid. And I think the flowers also represent a fertile ground for, new ideas to be explored. So I think true reason is open to the unknown. And I think that deceptive reasoning assumes its conclusion before reasoning can, fully reach a bridge to it. Because when it comes to understanding concepts from a kind of a Fey magic, Zarfaxological perspective, their whole idea is that things exist in Zerfaxes and that there is sort of Zerfax space, and they're all kind of interconnected. Some are closer to each other, some are more farther away. And the idea is the more Zerfaxes that from one Zerfax to another, there has to be a bridge. There has to be a kind of like a connecting, sort of link. And I think in a lot of ways, with a lot of people's reasoning, they haven't formed that bridge. They have this leap of faith that they need you to take. But the real deception is that they think that reason can kind of go beyond that leap of faith that they're asking for, but there really isn't. So in a sense, I think that reason requires an openness to the mysterious and the unknown, and not in a kind of like relativistic, question your own thoughts in sort of way, but in a way where you look at the world. Because I think the reasoning that you're talking about, Franklin, is not really, it's reason that already assumes a conclusion about the universe. It doesn't open itself to mystery. It already assumes it knows what reality is. So in a sense, it's actually kind of not really reason. It's sort of like religious ideology disguising as reason. Because if you want to really indoctrinate someone, you don't want to go off and be like, oh yeah, we're a cult and we indoctrinate people. You want to trick people into thinking that they're being logical and rational. And I think that's why I have such a strong desire to create my own magical system, because in a sense, I want an understanding of reality that I feel like I understand on my own through my own reasoning rather than trusting the reasoning of someone else who might be completely and totally ideologically compromised. And I know that, you know, I have a self-awareness to realize that perhaps my Zarfexology system that the faith teach me is itself a bias, and I'm not like unaware of that. But I always try to be as objective as possible. And I think that's the real distinction, is that you're aware that you don't necessarily know everything, but you try your best to not be biased. But you're also not under the assumption that you've completely transcended it and you truly have this like omniscient God's eye view. But we can, you know things. So I guess in a lot of ways, reason requires a certain openness to the unknown. And without that openness, reason can't truly discern reality in a meaningful way that isn't compromised by ideological dogmas.
Yeah, no, you're
Well
totally
said.
right about the purity of reason. I just wanted to just point out that I think you misunderstood what I meant. I didn't mean that. What I meant is, it's like reason is like light, and light can be reflected, and light can be focused through a lens. And so one's reason can be directed from the outside if one chooses, right? And there's another kind of reason other than this reason that we can also look at, and that has got to do with the black sun. That's the card for Saturn, the devil. So there's another kind of a polarity working out there as well. You were going to say something, dear brother. Oh, one more thing. I was trying to post in Mark. You're on LinkedIn, hey? Is that right? Mark's on LinkedIn. Just so you know, I'm going to post a thing in LinkedIn now, and maybe it'll show. Hopefully it will. And that should hopefully make it so that you can see. So yeah, that you just copy and paste that in, and that'll take you to the live. If you want to see, there's a whole chat community. There's a whole lot of, no, you're still there. I sent a link into Telegram, or you just go into YouTube and you just put at Bush Whisperer, one word. I'll put it in there as well, into the LinkedIn site, just so you got it there. Just at Bush Whisperer into the LinkedIn's being full of crap. Into the YouTube search, and the channel will come up. And there's two different versions. The one version doesn't have much happening in the chat, the one with the little phone on it, but the horizontal version, it's where everybody seems to hang out and actually use the chat more. And yeah, so big love, man. And I also put the link there. Yeah, you were going to say something, indie brother.
Yeah, I've just been being patient here. I have some things to say about what Cosmic just mentioned, and some things about what Franklin was talking about before that, of course. And I'm going to start off with what Franklin was talking about earlier. We had discussed Rish being represented by was it the front of the head? Yeah, the front of the head. And it brought to mind some studies that I've been doing on the Yetzirah, which is the Abrahamic cosmogony, the beginning of the universe, or cosmos, according to Abraham. And in the teachings of the Sephir Yetzirah, Sephir meaning sapphire or tablet, there are 3 letters from the Hebrew alphabet that represent creation. And those 3 letters are Aleph, which represents the sun, or the bull, represented as the bull head in Paleo Hebrew. And then Mem, which is water, which represents the feminine. And then Shin, which represents fire, or the masculine. And those 3 letters of the Hebrew alphabet are the 3 letters of divine creation. But from those, we then get the 7 letters of duality. And from those 7 letters, we have Resh as being one of the second to last out of the order of the Hebrew alphabet, each representing of the 7 letters a duality because there's a hard and soft pronunciation for each of these 7 letters. And these 7 letters are Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Kaf, Pe, Resh, and Tav. And Bet represents life and death. Gimel represents peace and war. Dalet represents wisdom and folly. Kaf represents wealth and poverty. Pe represents grace and ugliness. Resh represents dominion and subjugation. And Tav represents seed and desolation. Is that right?
Yeah, Saturn. Think of
Yes.
the green man.
And so
Seed.
each of these
Growth.
represent a planet, like Saturn for Tav. I haven't connected each of the letters to the planets, but I have the planets listed as the days of the week. But it'd be nice to be able to connect these. Now, I would associate wisdom of Dalet would be associated with Mercury. Peace and
Or
war
Venus.
might be associated with Mars.
Moon, funnily enough.
The peace and war.
Yeah. So
Gimel.
Jimal. So you got Bet is Mercury because it's the house, right?
Oh, okay.
Jimal is these are the classical associations. Jimal is the moon, Dalit is Venus, Pe is Mars, the tower, right? Mars. The tower is really what tarot card that represents. Sadi is not one. Sorry. Pe Kaf is Jupiter. That's the hand. The hand represents gaining, getting stuff, basically getting good luck and getting stuff as Jupiter's benedictions and beneficence. Saturn obviously is Tav, is the world tarot card manifestation, and that's the Tav, the final letter of the alphabet. And what did we forget? The sun is Resh is the sun.
Okay.
Which is the sun card we just spoke about now.
So that reminds me of the ray, where the sun comes from the heavens and then comes and hits the head of the boy on the horse. And so that makes a lot of sense because that's the closest thing to the sun is the top of the head, the front of the head, the forehead. And also 7 represents the 7 openings of the soul, where there are 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and 1 mouth. Also, it represents the days of the week, and the days of the week I'm listing in the number from Saturday to Sunday. Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. So those are the days of the week. They represent those planets. And also, I wanted to mention how reason being associated with the sun also connects to the moon, where we have intuition from the mysteries of the unknown. And intuition comes from a place where it's like we don't have the knowing or the understanding per se directly, but there's an urge to have like a sudden knowing that comes into the mind. Like I have this feeling that intuitively this could be right. So that thought comes from the moon, which the shining brightness of the moon is a reflection of the rays of the sun. But the moon also can be in darkness in the new moon where it's not reflecting the sun. So sometimes we have these understandings that come from associations that we can draw connections with reasoning. Other times we can have intuitive associations with things we have not yet drawn to understanding and reasoning, things that are deep intuitions that have not yet been known by the collective, or if they are, they're so esoteric that they haven't been discovered. So when people discover esoteric teachings, they start to realize, oh, this is some of the things that I've been intuiting that I haven't really connected to my understanding yet. But it makes sense, and you understand it to be the truth because it follows an intuition. It comes from a deeper, darker place. But then we, of course, have the black sun, which I would associate with ignorance and deception. So some people get confused in ignorance and make assumptions, or sometimes they can use half-truths to draw us into a system of deception where we've been led astray by bait, which sounded right at first, but then they've captured our attention and captured our obedience to draw us away from that truth. So basically that kind of covers like what I was going to say about this, and there's been a lot more too that came to mind from hearing Cosmic speak and from Franklin too, but it will come back to me.
Yeah, man. You were talking about the 3 mother letters. The Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin. That's
Yes.
what these 3 triangles represent in the center. And you can see the Aleph is the one on the yellow one. The 9, the 3, and the 6. Right? The bull of heaven.
Yeah.
And then the Shin is the 1, the 4, and the 7. Right? And that's the fiery element. And then the water is the 2 and the 5 and the 8. The maritime association between 5 and 8. Yeah. The money of Saturn, which carries the vibration of the moon. That's why we call it money, even though it belongs to Saturn. And the maritime of 5, which governs trade, right? And trade is the principle of 2, which is that relationship of association being managed by 5 on behalf of 8. Hence 5 is maritime. That's Mercury, right? That's why we associate Mercury with the sea and the water. And Mercury, which is EA, right? And Tahuti are the god of magic, but also of the waters. So, and why magic and water are so associated. So you got these 3. Now you'll notice that the 3 principles, right? They expand upon themselves 3 times. It's beautiful the way it does this. So, for example, you've got 3 scales of 3, right? So the first scale would be 9, 1, and 2, or 9, 1, and 8, more specifically. And then you'll have the 2, the 3, and the 4. And then you'll have the 5, the 6, and the 7. Yeah? And those 3 scales represent the circling of the 3 principles. But there is an association between 7 and 4. And the association between 7 and 4, which essentially is 11, get resolved back into 1, the unity. So fire becomes the emblematic symbol of spirit, right? Because it's light, effectively, is what we're talking about. Fire, we're talking about light. And the light gives off heat. And energy is being transformed. So on a big scale. So that then brings us back to the flow of 7. When we resolve the 4 and the 7, and the magic 11 gets absorbed into the number 1, right? Or each of the ones do, you find you've got the 111, the triple 1, which becomes the Trinity, which resolves the 3 different triangles into a single unified state of physical reality we're experiencing it. But then it leaves us with 7 factors, which is the 1, the 2, the 3, the 5, the 6, the 8, and the 9. And that then becomes the 7 elements, 7 chakras, where the 7 planetary numbers that rule over these 7 chakras are then 1 the sun, 2 the moon, 3 Jupiter, 5 Mercury, 6 Venus, 8 Saturn, 9 Mars, right? And so those then become the nodes of the chakras, and the 4 and the 7 become sort of like the head and the tail of the dragon. And the head and the tail of the dragon is because of the stagnancy of 4, which represents ending of cycles and not being alive on one level. And 7 is that journey back into the beginning, which is usually associated with the underworld, right? Because it's a deep inner journey into yourself. If you go deep 7 into yourself, you're going to travel to the underworld out of your body. And when you travel out of your physical body with the number 4 at the end of your life, you travel into the underworld with the number 7. So this is like a gate. The 7 and the 4 is like a gateway system, you could say. So, and then you'll notice that these 3 trigrams, these 3 principles, are echoed then when you look at the others, because then you've got a yang and a yin system working here, right? So you've got a yang system and a yin system, and the yin system is showing you the relationships in a more circular form, right? And the yang system is showing you the relationships in a more angular form, more like linear form. That's why when you look at, like, for example, the number 1, 1's association with the number 6. This is why I could never fully stomach the idea that the sun, right, the path of the sun, was actually an acceptable. You see, in the traditional system that was pushed onto us by the Masons and the certain elements within the Rosicrucian tradition that wanted to put out false information when they started writing a lot of this information out in like 1600s. I wonder if Agrippa was in on it. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a stooge. It was used, or we didn't know. But I've actually got Agrippa's bookshelf. A lot of information that Agrippa gives is really good. However, one needs to look a little deeper, right? The sun, according to the Rosicrucian system, they're going to put that on a different playing field. They're going to associate the number sun, the number 1, which is 19, which is the sun, which is the 19th path, with the path of Netzach to Malkut, association between the next scale of 1, 10, and 9, the relationship between those 2 spheres. They're gonna and 10 isn't a sphere in itself, but it's really a sphere of spheres, right? So that's why when you look at this enneagram, you see the entire circle is the 10 that contains all the other 9 circles, like the tree of life. So when you look at the number 10, Malkut, and you associate that with the number 9, they associate that with Saturn, which doesn't actually make sense, right? You're associating 1, the crossing over between the 9 and the 1, which doesn't tally that the relationship would be between 9 and 1, because the energetically they are not working in the same direction. 1 wants to begin and 9 wants to end. They are like contradicting each other. 9 wants to start a new circle. 1 wants to start a new circle and 9 wants to end. So when 9 is working with 4, that's perfect. 9 wants to end a circle. How does 9 end your life? Death. Look at where the death goes. Between 9 and 4. That makes so much more sense, that there's a relationship between the 9th sphere and the 4th sphere that represents the transformation that's related to death. And when you look at the number 1, right, the sun is an association between 1, which is the new beginning, and 6, which is moving towards harmony. And the expression of harmony represents in Venus life. So sun pours out all the electricity and all the light that can feed life. So the first point of creation is the sun that gives off life. and that life is Venus is 6. So the relationship of the sun reflects the 6 and the 1. This is why when you look at that symbol, and this is just an idea for you to understand how those books are brainwashing us. Those occult texts are brainwashing the heck out of us, man. So here you can see the original symbol, right? The original concepts or iconographical symbols, which they didn't interfere with too much because they didn't want to break the system for their own initiates. They just wanted to hide the truth for those that weren't initiated so that they could control the knowledge. So here you can see the sun representing the principle of life, right? The principle of life. You see the fire tongues there. You see the white horse that represents, like in Cosmic broke it down really well, the potential to move, but there's a pure element to it. And the child on the horse also represents the sun, which represents your progeny, which represents your family tree and the continuity of life that you carry in you, that you move through the world. So this card is an association between the number 1 and the number 6, because 6 then becomes the expression of life, and eternity is thus hidden in the folds, which is reflected by 7, classically in terms of Netzach. But Tiferet represents the harmony. And so here we can see the harmony of expression being shown to us here by the 19th card that represents the number 1, but carries the undertone frequency of hey Frank, you got you in the end. Hey, nice, man, big love. So the number 1, thus, if we look at it more carefully, associates far more accurately and far more common sensibly with the number 6. And this is why astrologically we have a relationship between 6 and 1. Anybody who's been practicing ceremonial magic will know that if you need to do an operation of the sun, but you can't afford gold, you can use what as a substitute? Copper. Why? Because of that close association between 6 and 1. Because of that close association between Venus and the sun, right? Venus is almost like a little mini sun in its own right. So the sun card relating between 6 and 1 is the perfect expression. And then the other side of that expression is the wheel, right? Which represents the change in the movement. The sun also drives the wheel of the water system. I want you to understand this. The wheel revolves chakra, revolves movement, revolves change, which is carrying the vibration of 5 with the initiation that's carried as a result of number 1 wanting to reach out and create. And so 1 wanting to create the new cycle, touching number 5 produces change, which is expressed as a turning wheel. You see why the wheel is that thing? Now, to get back to the sun, right? What do they say the sun is? Oh, it's most ridiculous, man. You're going to laugh. So they speak about the sun being the relationship between Hot and Malkut, right? That's where they put the sun. That's where the Rosicrucians put the sun, between Hot and Malkut. Yeah? A relationship between 8 and 9? Do you see how linear these guys have tried to make everything like it's the way our governments operate. Everything operates in this weird kind of way. So it just doesn't make any sense. There's no common sense behind it. But the sun representing the relationship between 1 and 6, that makes perfect sense. And so you can look at all of these archetypes and you can actually see the common sense behind it. You don't have to take it for granted that you've been taught the system by this little group of gentlemen that are teaching you the knowledge, because I bet you that when you get to a certain grade in their school, they bring out the true Kabbalah and they show you how they've lied to you. And they explain to you that they did it for your own good so that they could protect the system from the unworthy, right? And it's about gatekeeping. And gatekeeping is how they control our development. That's how they control our knowledge. It's how they control everything about us. So, and then on the other side, when you look at the other side, you can see that 1 has a relationship with 8, right? But the relationship that 1 has with 8 is the moon. So unconsciously, 8 and 1 have a powerful relationship because 8 is the perfected form of 1's work. you could say. The perfected form being manifested of one's intentions, right? And 8 carries the vibration of 1, which is why 8 wants to be in control. But 1's actually in control. But these are unconscious forces. So the triangle on the right are very much unconscious, deep unconscious forces that are being represented here. The other relationship that 1 has is temperance. And that is the number 3, which is Jupiter. And the relationship between the expansiveness of Jupiter that's required in order for the sun to fill the space to create. Whoa, what are you doing? I got to go and put him in his cage. It's bedtime. He's got to sleep. It's just gotten dark here. But so you can see how these operations work. And temperance, by the way, is the tarot card that relates to Sagittarius. And Sagittarius represents the archer with the arrow pointing towards the center. And so that archer pointing towards the center represents very fundamentally that relationship between 1, initiation in the beginning of a process, and number 3, that expansiveness that process needs to have in order for it to be able to reach a phase of manifestation. So there's just a couple of like ideas that I'm sharing here. And if you go and look at number by number by number by number, you'll see everything I say. You need to take the Rosicrucian system and put it on your one side. And just take this one little picture I've made, take a screenshot of it, or if you want it, it's freely available. I've posted it in my channel. You can go get it and just compare with your own common sense. Just use what Cosmic was saying. Use pure common sense. Don't take anything that I've said or anything that you've read in those occult manuals written by the little old men in their armchairs in their offices with cigars and all that nonsense, rich aristocracy that control all that information. Just apply your common sense. A lot of occultists have questioned why they have allocated the paths the way they have. And a lot of them have like, what the heck? And they've got really complicated attempts to try and explain why it is like this, because it's like this. And it's just a mystery that you can't understand. That's very often where it comes to the end. But when you're looking at something, you're looking for a transparent and obvious relationship that you can see that's tethered. So that's why I've plotted the Kabbalah onto the system so that we can see a much more accurate and more realistic context between the associations of different spheres. Each number represents a sphere and the path that connects those spheres. You with us, Cosmic? Cosmic Kiki? Cosmic's been working on his own system as well. What do you think of this? How does this relate to your system when you're looking at these relationships between the 9 different? Because you've also got your 9 fundamental.
It's definitely a very 8-based kind of system. So can you just give me like I was kind of like thinking about something else. Can you just kind of give me like a brief like overview of like what you were going over, just to kind of like refresh it in my head?
Oh wow!
Just a very just like what was the general? We were talking about reason, right? And
yes,
sort of
yes.
the sun. And the sun. I think you're also talking about how a lot of like occultists kind of use this sort of like. So I think we should also talk about unreason, anti-reason, since we're in the concept, because I think what's actually going on in the world today is that I think the powers that be have essentially just abandoned reason. I don't think they care about using reason to manipulate people anymore. I think that's kind of how things used to be, you know, maybe even like 10 years ago. But I think the game is sort of like changed now, because now it's more about sort of tribal politics and sort of like going along with the sort of the tribal dynamic of whatever sort of like identity group that you're part of, you know, at the current time. So, yeah.
Could you give me a second to put a Gotham in his cage quickly?
Yeah.
up until
And
the 20
I think that what I should also kind of mention when it comes to mystery, I think that we also like you mentioned, Franklin. I think mystery can also be used to not open up one's mind, but also can be used to occlude it. And the way I think of mystery is it's kind of like you're in this, big unknown, vast, multi-dimensional universe, and you can't really know the entire picture, but what you can observe is essentially true and what's essentially there. But you think about when people use mystery against you, they're basically making you not trust your own reasoning. Don't trust your discernment skills. Don't trust your understanding of reality because it's not truly enlightened the way my understanding of reality is. And if you try to understand why, it's like a mystery. And a lot of that, throwback to mystery, the kind of the God works in mysterious ways kind of argument is really more of a kind of a smoke screen, if you will. It's a kind of a I guess you say it's an occluding mystery rather than an opening mystery. Because if you think about what the sun represents, it's sort of an opening and an illumination. Whereas I think a lot of like these occultists that you're talking about, they're thinking of mystery more in the sense of darkness. They're essentially like, they're hiding things intentionally, and that's kind of their basically when people say, oh, you can't understand that, they're actually trying to undermine your ability to understand and discern reality on your own terms by saying basically, it's a mystery nobody can figure out, so shut up and stop trying to make sense of things and follow what I'm saying. And that to me is like that's like the negative and kind of evil sort of way to use mystery. It's kind of like the nefarious version of it, where it's used to, instead of open up understanding and open up possibilities, it makes people second guess themselves rather than second guess the world and their surroundings. Because I think that's what a lot of these people do. When you start to question the world, you start to think, hey, I think that there's something wrong here. What the powers that be often do is, instead of saying, you're wrong because of this reason and this reason, they're basically saying you're too stupid to even come to that conclusion in the first place. That the world is so vast and complex and you'll never be able to understand it. And they use that mystery as a way to kind of shut off inquiry, to shut off the imagination. Rather, it's like it's used as a weapon against you rather than something that you use to your own advantage and your own will.
I think you're so right there. And I would just want to take this moment to point out how Gnosticism has been recreated in modern times. The ideals and ideologies of Gnosticism has been pushed on us as this like hating matter idea, which is not really the core of Gnosticism at all, but it's how you could interpret it if you chose to interpret it in a particular way. And then if you chose to use all of your vast resources to spread that interpretation, so that's the only interpretation people know. Christians did the same thing with the conversations that were left behind by Emmanuel, didn't they? Or many churches did, and sort of forced a particular interpretation of those words. It's no different, really. And I just want us to think about what you're saying here, about how we're being pulled away from true gnosis, because what you're describing is gnosis, right? Gnosis is the sake of knowing for the sake of knowing from a true place within one's own heart, using one's own common sense, one's own understanding and wisdom of experience to be able to apply that and get a sense of truth, personal truth. And that's really what gnosis is. And they don't want us to trust our own gnosis. They don't want us to trust our own ability to know, because we're not supposed to be intelligent enough, right? What you're saying is 100% on point. And if we look in history, what do we see? We see Marcionism. Marcion was basically excommunicated and taken to live out his life on an island. All his books were destroyed, and it got to the point where it was like pain of death if you were caught with his books, because that was the original first form of Christianity, which was total gnosis, total Gnosticism. Then the Manichaeism, the Manichaeists, they suffered a very similar fate. Right? Same story. And after the Manichaeists, if we jump ahead a bit, gosh, there were a number of these little groups. I can't remember all of the names now. The most notable ones was what the Crusades were really about. We don't realize this, but you know why the Crusades happened? A big reason behind the Crusades was to get rid of Gnosis, get rid of Gnosticism, because it was a real threat to the organized Christian religion. And so obviously they had to remove the organization that was centered in France, right? The Cathars. And what did they do? Same story. Only they got really, they had the Pope had enough. And they went to exterminate every single last Cathar. And they did this city by city, town by town, village by village, burning and exterminating entire groups of people. The most people exterminated in a single town city was 20,000 people, men, women, and children. And that was just to get the last few hundred Cathars, right? That's how desperate the Pope was to get rid of the last bastion of Gnosticism, but they didn't do it. Because why? Guess what? The Templars were picking up on. The Templars were picking up on all that old knowledge. They were carrying it secretly within their order. This is why they were later excommunicated and hunted down and ended their lives and turned into refugees, escaping for their lives. And so we see the cycle. Anybody that was interested in Gnosis, but then what happened was that the Templars escaped and they went into hiding, and they became the Masons, which were in hiding, right? And at a later stage, they were the Freemasons, which means they were no longer in hiding because they had cut a deal, struck a deal with the rulers. Okay, we'll work together, side by side. We'll be part of the same plan. And that's how the Masons, or the upper hierarchy of Masonic management, got involved with what we're seeing now in the world, right? That's why they were no longer hunted. And the Masons, who were the legacy of the Templars, were also the ones that had escaped, and they were traveling under the Jolly Roger flag, the skull and crossbones flag. The skull and crossbones represented their Templar master, who had been a martyr. He was martyred to them, right? Because he refused to recant. He refused to recant his ideas and his ideology and his philosophy, and they burnt him alive. So he was their martyr. So when they were hanging the skull and crossbones, they were commemorating and remembering their ancient master, who was supposedly some great man of wisdom and spiritual and occult knowledge. And they took the Jolly Roger flag. And so these are the pirates. These are the pirates that were also, during the same time period as the Templars had been banned. They were suddenly on the scene. And what were they doing? They were stealing from the kings and the queens and the church, and they were dispensing that riches amongst common people. The whole idea of Robin Hood comes from the pirates. People don't know this. It's been hidden. They've really done a good job of messing with our history. That's why if you wanted to join the pirates, everybody was equal. There was equality amongst pirates. People don't know this. They've got a bad reputation because we've been shown how evil and bad the pirates were. But the pirates were really... Do you know that a lot of the pirates were slaves that had been rescued? Do people know this? Are you guys aware of this? Right? There were a lot of slaves in the pirates. Didn't matter what color your skin was. Didn't matter if you were black. Didn't matter if you were an islander. Didn't matter if you came from British aristocracy or whether you came from low birth in England. There was no class in piracy. There was no race in piracy. You were a slave. If we attacked your slaver's ship, and did we take your slaves as currency and trade it? No. you'd be given the choice. You can join us. You want to join us? You're one of the crew. You've got the same rights as everybody else. You used to be a slave. You're now a free man. And not only are you a free man, you're a free pirate. You're one of us. And you have the same rights and equality as anybody else, even the captain. So, and that was true democracy. The captain wasn't the captain for any reason other than the whole team, the whole wanted him to be the captain. And if at any point they weren't happy with him, they could cry mutiny. And if there was a majority against the captain, he would walk the plank. Pirates, there's a whole story behind the pirates. But what happened? They sold out. They signed contracts and made deals. Indy, brother, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah. Also, I love the thing about the slaves having been rescued in the egalitarian society, but it's also thought that possibly the Knights Templar gave rise to the pirates, the Knights Templar having been the second born of the monarchy. And so they were the ones that were born too late to inherit the kingdom and become king, and rebelled and stole a lot of the fortunes of the monarchy to use them towards maybe like the Holy Crusades, like trying to like find the family of Christ and protect the Holy Grail. And basically it's thought that the Knights Templar might have became the pirates after they were hunted. They then started to steal the ships of the monarchy and use them to amass a fortune to be able to liberate the people. So I just wanted to mention that too.
Exactly. The old stories say that they escaped with 9 ships, battle-ready ships, that were packed full of gold and gems. And that they were able to secure those 9 ships. And with those 9 ships, they were able to secure weapons and to go and get resources and set themselves up on islands and create their own infrastructure, their own system, an egalitarian system, like you say, where they didn't have a ruler, where the people ruled. It's a very interesting concept. Very interesting concept. And you're completely right that they were not the royalty. Because to become a knight, not any Dick, Tom, and Harry could become a knight. Let's face it. The Catholics were very careful about this. When they set up the Templars, they made sure that the Templars were held in check. So they wanted the royal families involved with the Templars. And because they were studying sacred, ancient, secret knowledge, they didn't want it getting into the wrong hands. They wanted them to come from the correct royal families. So the original Knights of Christ and Templars were usually aristocrats that had donated much of their estates that they owned personally to the order, and they became part of the order. So you're completely right. And then their offspring, their children, became part of the order, right? And they would be devoted to the order. And so yeah, I mean that all tallies completely, and it's very interesting, the way that we've had this represented to us, right? But here's the thing. At which point did pirates, they signed a contract, didn't they? They signed a bloody piece of document with the kings and the queens as if to say, okay, we will work for you, not against you. So they were bought. Somehow they were bought. And that's where we get the skull and crossbones being the center of maritime control. Maritime control, financial, legal control that comes from the seas, skull and crossbones, President Trump, all of the other people that had to be initiated into the skull and bones order. You see, they're remembering their roots. However, at some point, they forgot their egalitarianism and they sold out. This is what I think. These are my inference into like the little bits of information we can draw. But I think it's relevant because we're speaking about reason here. And, there must have been those within the order that were infiltrated by shills. Yeah? And they were able to reason with the rest of them and convince them. And they had spies within their ranks. And so they were being hit hard from all directions, right? All because they were the last bastion of Gnosticism. right? Gnosticism is all about egalitarianism. It's about like universal humanity. No one's better than somebody else based on your birth. That's ridiculous. You have the access to find truth for yourself. No one else has to tell you what the truth is. You can make your own choices in life. You can be free. And these were the ideas of the Gnostics. They didn't have any formal religious or structure in the way that Catholicism or Christianity had later taken on. They had a very open, each person's their own consolidator. And sure, you could go to someone who was an elder for advice, and they would have knowledge that they would share with you relating to things, but you did not have to agree with them, right? It wasn't like the Catholic Church. If you disagree with them, now you get accused of, what do you get accused of? Heresy. Now you must be flogged or flailed or burned or boiled alive or thrown in the ocean or whatever they wanted to do to you, right? Hung, drawn, quartered. They had to do something horrendous to you to make an example out of you in front of the rest of the sheep. And so yeah, I think like all of these ideas do tap in quite, and now we get to the point of resonance, vibration, right? Let's change gears a little. Vibration is a mood, a vibe, the mood. How do you guys? Do either of you guys want to throw anything down on that? Are you guys picking up any vibes?
Vibration, mood. Yeah, I think that goes strong with resonance, and which is part of the esoteric keys and the subject of this talk. And I feel like with mood and vibration, we find strong resonance with people, the way that they vibrate. People that vibrate on a higher consciousness level are drawn to each other. And when you're with other people that have dissonance, let's say you vibrate on a higher vibration and you're with people that are vibrating on a lower vibration, and it's hard to really see the connections there, because I think sometimes you almost feel like you want to represent yourself or maybe try to stand up for like higher consciousness or more conscientious vibrations, or maybe seeing things in a deeper level with people that see things in a shallow way, that see things in a negative light or in ignorant ways. There can be conflict there between those two different vibrations. And I kind of had this situation yesterday. There was a gentleman sitting next to me at the Mexican restaurant I was at. I brought myself out for a birthday dinner for my birthday weekend, and this older guy came by, was like a biker. And I love Mexican food, also Asian food, particularly Thai food and Japanese, because they're much healthier than American food. They have a lot more vegetables. They have a lot more, different things to offer. So I was there, I got some ceviche, and this guy comes in from the back door with a hot dog and some like French fries on a styrofoam plate, and people are like, "What are you eating? Like, what are you doing here at the Mexican restaurant with this hot dog?" And a lot of people questioned him. He was like, "Oh, I'm out with my biker gang, and we had some parking lot trash food or whatever." And like all the women were like, "Oh yeah, my husband would like that, but I can't eat that stuff." And I was like thinking to myself, like, "Oh man, like hot dogs have nitrates in them. That is bad for my heart. I'm predisposed to heart disease in my family. I'm glad I don't eat that stuff." And I was like thinking, like, I want to talk to this guy, but I feel like I'm just gonna be like criticizing him or something. I want to try to make it some kind of jovial response or remark, but I was having a hard time. Then this old guy comes to pay his bill, and the guy grabs his receipt and he's like, "Your money's no good here." And the old guy was like, "What's going on?" I don't think he understood that he was saying he's going to pay for him, because he was not coming out and saying it, but he was implying it. And I guess over a couple of moments, the older guy started to realize he's going to pay his bill for him. And I started to look over to him and smile. And I thought, wow, this guy's a good guy. You know, as much as I was kind of like judgmental towards him about eating like poor foods and bringing food into a restaurant, which you're not supposed to do. And maybe, you know, a lot of gang members and maybe biker gangs do some terrible things sometimes, you know, but you know, it's like you could hate the war but love the soldier. Like these people are just following their command. Like they probably don't necessarily want to do these things, but they're part of a biker gang. They have responsibilities to do some rough things. But interestingly, like they had bikers taken over for security at Woodstock, and it was like a whole bunch of shenanigans with that. But like I'm drawn to like wanting to like bikers because I'm a big follower of Hunter S. Thompson and his creative mind. I just love how he was able to like document them and be like a rogue journalist that had like a different narrative than the news will tell you. So I always appreciated him. But he ran with the Hells Angels for a while, and he said the edge is a strange thing. The only ones who know where it's at are the ones that have gone over the edge. And I feel like he kind of went over the edge a little bit because he was just wonky and zany and stuff, and probably took a lot of psychedelics in his time, and had, as a result, like a very open mind, very expanded mind. So I do appreciate a lot about them. And I used to hang out at this place called Ma's Place, which was like Hells Angels place over in Leominster, Massachusetts, when I was in high school. And so I was pretty well like connected with them, and I hung out with some Crips from high school. Never affiliated with any gangs, but I like to be around ruffians and tough people and investigate things and see like, are they protectors or are they savages that are trying ruiners, or like what's their deal? There's people on both sides of it, but I feel like they're capable people. You know, they're rebels. And so I got a rebel at heart. So I'm drawn to other rebels and stuff. And so I have strong resonance with that. My vibrations draw me into danger because I feel like I'm competent, be able to protect myself, and that I'm like divinely protected because I have a pure heart and I have strong compassion. But part of that compassion draws me to look at people differently and see the good in them, even though they might be like judged by others. So in Taoism, they say, be like water. I think it's like poem number 72. I'm not sure exactly. But be able to go to the lowest places and be able to be fluid. And the fluidity of water can overcome the hardest things like rock. And so I like to be able to go into like the lowest places of society and be able to provide support to people that are judged and that are of like low income, of like through adversity and hardship, like suffering in life. And so I help people in trauma, I help veterans. I like to help provide support to the homeless people, not financially, but like emotionally. And as like a therapist in training, working on my master's degree, I'm not licensed, but I try to help people by offering them feeling heard and understood and providing to them guidance and stuff. So it's an interesting thing. I have resonance with people that most people will look at with disdain. And I take pride in that. I think that the people that are judging other people are doing that from the ego. But when you have been able to shift into the heart space and develop deeper compassion, you can start to see people in a way that's different. You understand that everything is a reflection of yourself, and that the people that have been pushed away in society have just as much of a right to be able to be treated with respect as the people that are high affluence, if not more, because to me, the people of high affluence can be drawn into corruption just as much as people that are of low affluence can. And we see that they abuse their authority. Whereas people of like low affluence don't really have authority to abuse, but they can be drawn into like toxic things because they're in oftentimes like a horrible place from trauma that's unmediated. So I think the more we can offer support to people on all levels is called like loving neutrality. Like we can, instead of trying to attack people and go to war with them, which just causes more conflict, we can take the higher ground and offer compassion to these people and like bring an end to the divisions and start to integrate and offer love and understanding to people that are drawn into toxic ways, whether they're in high affluence and they're drawn towards being toxic by abusing their authority, or they're in like poverty and they're drawn into toxic ways because it's an outlet for their like unmediated turmoil. Like, I think both sides have tried to find a way to act out the hurt that they have inside in ways that are relevant to their place in society and their stature. So I feel like both of those people I've mentioned also deeply need care and understanding, and that we can transmute the darkness in their hearts into light. So even though people might draw distinctions where higher is better and lower is worse, I feel like there's an integration of paradoxical connections that happens. And sorry about that. Um, that there's also connections of things where we can see the dark and the light and the light and the dark, like the yin and the yang. So there are paradoxical waves of resonance that go on. It's not always like a straight linear thing. But I could go on about resonance for like a long time, but maybe you guys have something you want to add?
I think one of the things that interests me about resonance is sort of like, people's vibes and auras, and kind of like thinking back to like when I was younger, how a lot of times you can feel sort of overwhelmed and sort of absorbed in other people's sort of energy and their vibes, like somebody who's really, charismatic, some really interesting, celebrity, and you kind of almost like lose yourself in other people's sort of auras and energy to like such an extent that you really don't know your own kind of energetic vibe, because you're just sort of basically getting lost in the resonance of other people. And I think that the utility of sort of, going out into nature and sort of finding yourself with psychedelics or whatever, is that you start to understand what your overall vibe actually is, and then you can essentially truly, resonate and vibe with other people. Because, I think in a lot of ways, when it comes to sort of understanding the self, I think there's also layers of, people we idolize or people we think that we're supposed to, follow out of like moral or religious convictions. And we get lost in that. And you can be somebody who's really charismatic, someone who has a lot of like, really intense personality, and sometimes you can kind of feel like meek, and you sometimes feel like, oh, maybe I'm not as like smart or wise to them, because they seem like they have that, intense, energy to them. So I think in a lot of ways, learning to find out what your own sort of pitch or vibration actually is, then I think in a lot of ways you're kind of trying to find a relationship with how you resonate with all the other pitches in the sort of the musical landscape of existence.
I think that's beautifully said. And, I agree, It's interesting how reason, the raised sun, is a light-based thing. Yeah? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do it. I'm going to put on my sexy voice. I got to use the sexy voice when I talk about the 7 Hermetic principles, because they always end up in each other's arms, doing the generative dance of generation. And that's where we get gender from, baby. Oh, yeah. So let's break down gender. Let's break it down. And we're not doing gender politics. So yeah, you can put that in the box. The box where you urinate and flush and all of that stuff. It goes in there. That's where it belongs. Flush. Don't forget to flush. Always flush. So the Hermetic principles. Now, I'm going to imagine that everybody here knows the Hermetic principles. But let's just say that we don't. We'll try and go through them quickly. So first Hermetic principle is the principle of all is mind, right? That is the principle of mentalism, and that the mental field is the fundamental state of being, and everything else is informed by the mental field. That is a plane of pure thought. It cannot be distinguished, it cannot be diminished, it cannot be added to. It is the substratum of all things. And as it is the substratum of all things, it contains within it all things, and it reflects all things out of it without diminishing itself, which is an oxymoron, I know, but this is the idea behind the first principle. The second principle, which came third, right? The third principle came second, but we're gonna stick to it. The second principle is the principle of relationships. Relationships between ideas. That there is a correspondence within the universe. That all things are in correspondence with each other. Each item, each idea carries its own little telephone in its pocket. It's like, oh, get yourself connected. The writing's on the wall. So everything out there is like got its own little like portable psychic telephone, and everything's connected. And that there is a particular pattern to this connection. And so we speak about this series of relationships between things, effectively. And so that's the second principle of Hermes, right? The correspondence principle is that all things have correspondences with other things, and that the field of correspondences are quite specific, and that they are mapped. And that, for example, a sunflower corresponds to a ruby, corresponds to the sun, right? Corresponds with gold, okay? Corresponds with, frankincense, for example. And that there's a vibrational frequency that is universal, that is shared throughout all of these different manifestations of reality, or within reality. And so they have correspondences between these different elements. And that there's a correspondence between the number 1 and the planet of the sun, the sun's vibrational energy. For example, there's a correspondence between 2 and the moon, correspondence between 3 and Jupiter, correspondence between 5 and Mercury, 6 and Venus, a correspondence between 8 and Saturn, a correspondence between 9 and Mars. There's a correspondence between 4 and the north node of the moon and Uranus, and there's a correspondence between 7 and the south node of the moon and Neptune. Okay, and then there are ideas that correspond to these. 7, idea of Neptune, there's a correspondent idea, right? The thought, the idea of going inward and gaining like revelations of who I am. That relates to the correspondence of the number 7. Hence, 7 is a mystic number. And going into this idea, there's an idea that it corresponds with the ideas of represented in Neptune, which is our dreams, revealing our deeper secrets of our unconscious. So that's the second. The second principle. The third principle of Hermes is the principle of vibration. Now, this was the first principle to come into being from the principle of mentalism, actually. First there was sound, then there was light. Light is a reflection of the principle of correspondence, by the way, to be clear. Because light represents information, And correspondence represents how that information is corresponding to other pieces of the information. Is the correspondence, really. It's the A as it corresponds to B that defines A and B as distinct from each other, right? So these distinctions are the fundaments of the information, which is bound within a field of correspondence. So there's this very close relationship between knowledge and correspondence. Then vibration, the third principle, means that there was a fundamental movement of all things. And this fundamental movement is the vibration of all things. And this vibration carried with it the shifts of energy, right? And the vibration was tone, and that vibration was emotion, the motion of energy. And that vibration is what connects all things to all other things. In fact, everything exists because of vibration, and that vibration caused a relationship of all things with each other to become externalized. That principle of it becoming externalized was where vibration, which is sound, turned into energy. Well, how did it turn into energy? Well, it didn't turn into energy, but in order for vibration to come into being, there had to be something to power the movement, because vibration requires movement. And the constant movement is defined as energy, because energy is the shifting proportions of a polarized system. That's what energy is. So these shifting proportions of this energized system was energy, and energy was the reflection of this principle of vibration. So energy thus represents the fourth principle of Hermes, which is polarity. For polarity is essentially what is considered as energy, whether it's potential energy or kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is energy moving through a polarized system. Potential energy is energy bound in a polarized system that can be harnessed. And any kind of energy, whether it's light energy, exists within a polarity. Electrical energy exists within a polarity. This is why we use polarity to manufacture and maintain electrical grids. Polarity is like the core of it. So that's the fourth principle of Hermes. It's got to do with the balance of two poles and how these poles generate potential, and how that potential is really the expression of energy, and how that energy is really the expression of the Hermetic principle from whence that arose, which was the principle of vibration. And how vibration is really the expression of the first principle. First principle is that all things are mine but cannot be diminished or added to or subtracted from. But through some mystical intonement of the third principle, vibration came into being because some part of the first principle was able to leave the first principle without leaving the first principle. I want you to think about that for a moment. Because you cannot diminish a first principle, nothing actually left. However, it was able to project out of itself for but a moment, for but a brief point in time, a reflection of itself outside of itself. But in order to maintain that reflection, it had to continually reproject. And all of those projections created vibration. Because the projection was there, and then it wasn't there. And it was there, and it wasn't there. And so there was movement perceived from the field of one of the projections to the next projection, to the next, to the next. Sort of like a projector, right? Frames per second. And the movement is the generation from one frame to the next, to the next, to the next, which is very, very fast, resonant field. So that vibration came from the first principle, which was mentalism, but was structured by the second principle, which then came after the first principle. Did it come after? It didn't really come after. It's a result of the third principle coming from the first principle and the mechanics whereby the third principle was able to come from the first principle. So there's a chicken egg story going on here, really. So those are the first three principles. And those first three principles externalize through the field of vibration, holding the key to energy to becoming polarity. Polarity then represents the distance that things must move, and just how great is that distance, right, between 2 points of potential. And that vibrational field of energy is now defined energetically as being polarized in such a fashion. That polarity defines the movement of the vibrating field. And so the vibrations would then be moving like a wave through this field of potential, which is the polarity. This movement was to and fro, to and fro, to and fro, because now the energy had to copy what the vibration was doing. But in order for the energy to copy what the vibration was doing, it had to move in synchronicity with the timing of the vibrational field. This brought about the fifth principle of Hermes, which is the principle of rhythm. Because the energy had to be in tune with the vibration, it had to have rhythm. It had to have that good move. It had to be able to move in synchronous proportions with the field of vibration that was being harnessed as energy to produce this rhythmic effect of energy moving. And this rhythmic effect of energy moving, well, you can think of it as a whole lot of different spinning discs or pendulums. Think of it as a whole lot of pendulums. And they're all swinging, each with their own rhythms. And there's a vast multiplicity of potentials. And all these, each aspect of the multiplicity, you can think of as a pendulum. And these swinging pendulums would then start knocking against each other. And the knocking against each other would produce cadence. And the cadence of where the rhythmic fields of vibration were making contact would be considered causality, the causal field. And so the causal effects of cause and effect would cause an effect that would cause an effect that would cause an effect, which would effect would cause be a cause to the next effect, which would cause the effect that becomes the effect to the next cause. And so it would go on and on. Because with each collision of these different energetic polarized states of vibration, there would be a reaction, and that reaction would spark the action that would become a new reaction. And so we have the cause and effect, which is a part and parcel of the rhythm, which expresses the polarity of energy, which is the essence of the vibrational field, as the vibrational field is being emitted by the mental field and being structured and coordinated by the principle of correspondence. And so all six of these elements are working together in a synergy. And the synergy of these six principles brings the cause and effect to want to produce the cause that holds the effect and the effect that is the bearer of that cause. And in this way, there was this powerful polarity which was at the heart of the entire system, right? That same polarity which is in the principle of polarity, yeah, and that also manages the cause and the effects as polarities, right? Which is an expression of the correspondence between A and B, which is a conceptual polarity, if you want to stretch the words. So you have a conceptual polarity in the first trinity of principles within the second principle, which is the principle of correspondence. And that conceptual polarity then becomes an energetic polarity, which is the polarity of polarity as a pure form of polarity. And then that energetic pure form of polarity becomes a acting polarity. And the polarity being born as an action becomes the cause of an effect that becomes the effect of the cause. And so they fit together beautifully. And these three systems of these three profound different aspects, Trinity, wanted to be resolved into a singular model. And the singular model that all of these 6 principles resolved into was the principle of gender, where the polarity became fused. As in, the masculine principle entered into the feminine principle in order to produce the divine child possibility within matter, so that all 7 principles could be reflected and seen in a singular state of what is a unified sphere of activity and reality, which is this world, that holds the multiplicity that is being brought about by the activities of the monads' shenanigans. So there you have the 7th principle of gender generation, which generated molecules and generated all of the physical forms, and the gender that generated more beings, printed more baby children, more baby dogs, puppies, and more baby birds, and more baby, cows, horses, more baby grasses, more baby flowers, more of everything, right? That generation field, which is gender. And that gender is the embodiment of cause and effect to its fullness and ripeness of a singular model that contains both the cause and the effect. The cause and the effect is the separation of the principle of rhythm. For rhythm is a cause that can affect vibration, and vibration is the effect that causes the effect of rhythm. So a secret relationship between rhythm and vibration obviously exists, and that polarity was then exemplified in the principle of cause and effect. And so within that principle of rhythm was then a unified sphere through which the polarity of the energetic polarity could work its energy movements, and that it would be bound by a singular point of rhythm. And that polarity of energy had arisen from a singular point of vibration, right? The 3rd element, so the polarity of the 4th principle of Hermes, which was a dual nature principle, was resolved within the unified principle of rhythm and had stemmed from the unified principle of vibration, which had actually stemmed from the unified principle of the mental field, the mentalism, due to activities and actions and potentials of the polarizing potential of correspondence. So you can see there's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Do you see where binary comes from? See how they figured it out? It's a binary system. So when you hear all these fobs out there talking about how, oh, but that's a polarized, that's duality, and I don't believe in duality, and I don't believe. Duality is a part of reality, as is unity. We're living in a unified field, but the unified field is very much an expression of polarity within a unified system. So whichever aspect of the Hermetic principle you're looking at either unity or polarity or duality. But duality and unity are built into the system. It's fundamental. We're living in a polarized system that contains, once again, that glyph of the sun that we spoke about, the point in the center of the circle that represents that full bound system. So these are the 7 principles of Hermes, as I've sort of tried to give you an insight into how they sort of structure all of this around us. And now we're getting into vibration. And now vibration is the throat. Well, it's where we get vibration from. So I'm talking to you. I'm creating vibrations with my throat. And those vibrations are creating mood resonances that you're able to interpret as sounds. And those sounds are able to convey ideas. And ideas have been attached to particular sounds as we've learned them. And so this communication flow is really the manipulation of the vibrational field. But vibes are also things that we can feel. So do you guys want to start throwing anything at the whole vibe story? why can we feel vibration? That's a good question. What do you guys think about it? Why is it we can feel vibration with our hearts and our instincts? Because you just walk into a room, you feel the vibe, right?
Yeah. I feel like everything is vibration according to Hermetic law. So if we're vibrating, then we're going to feel when things are vibrating in the same way as us, or if they're vibrating in like the opposite way of us, because those things respectively cause um, positive and negative interference. So when we're vibrating at the same, positive interference allows things to then vibrate like at a higher frequency. But we're vibrating differently, it makes our vibrations become lowered. So when we are around dissonance of our vibrations, we're going to feel that we've kind of been brought down a notch and we're starting to not vibrate as high. But when we're like coming around things that are vibrating on the same field as us in the same high way, that they're gonna help us feel like we're vibrating higher. And so the other day I was with my friends at their house and they were producing music on a computer and we were doing stuff in the kitchen, making food and stuff. And meanwhile, we were talking about mystical things. And we're never really used to being around people that can be an audience for these kind of things, because most people are confused. Like, this is not the exoteric things that we're familiar with. People would say like, this is like airy fairy, or like, where do you get this from? Like, this is nothing I'm familiar with. But we started to talk and we were like surprised that we were both familiar with the same esoteric teachings that not many people are aware of. So we started to get into it. And after a while, she started to say like, man, why am I tripping right now? I feel like I'm on psychedelics. Like, what's going on? And I started to tell her, I was like, well, I can have an effect on people. Like, when I'm around people that resonate with my understanding, I'm going to lift them up. Like, their vibrations are going to be raised even higher, because people that vibrate on a higher frequency raise up other people's vibrations. So they'll go from feeling like kind of tired or upset or like diminished to like feeling like chipper or like up and like more cheerier and stuff. And like, oh, what do I feel? Like I have more vitality. But people that are already of high vitality will go into like higher states of like euphoria sometimes from being exposed to these kind of energies. So she was in like these high euphoric state. And then after a while, like it was a lot for her. She started to like get nauseous and then like didn't know how to control herself, and then started to get really restful because like her body was like going a little too high. So she ended up like going into meditations and stuff and relaxing after we had some food. But the thing is like vibrations are really fascinating. Like, we don't really have ways to see vibration, but they're really starting to develop more things that are able to like gauge vibration. And there are ways to, like, if you put on EKGs, you can like see like what kind of like energy levels are happening, although we're not really like visually acute to this by our senses. But you can check these things out, like if you use tuning forks and stuff, and see what vibrates and resonates with you. Those things can like help remove blockages from your chakra system. If you have blockages, the tuning forks can help alleviate you from the blockages that are um, diminishing your high vibrations. So I feel like the aura is also another example of our vibrations, and you can see it as presented as different colored lights or colors, and certain images can pick up on this from cameras. And certain people can be able to see this stuff by removing the blockages of their doors of perception. And Teal Swan has like a little video about how if you just stare at your hand, your subconscious mind is seeing these auric colors and lights, but you're accustomed to tuning it out. But if you start to look into the things that your mind is trying to block from you, you can start to see them, and then you can see people's different aura colors and lights and stuff. And I feel like we probably have strong resonance with people that have like similar auras. But I'm not certain about this. But I would say that certain people vibrate with certain auras that are the same as others would probably have like good positive interference and like feel like raised up. Like I went to this group therapy the other day, and the people were talking about stuff that was like really intense, and I was overwhelmed. I was like, whoa, like I don't even know what to say. And a lot of people were talking about like fear and anxiety, and I was like, this stuff doesn't really resonate with me. I don't really have a good understanding of fear and anxiety. I'm not familiar with it. So then there were other people in the group, and they were like talking about like, after I spoke about that, they were like, whoa, like I wish I had what you had, because that sounds like a dream, not to have to deal with fear and anxiety because it's so debilitating and whatever. And then then more people were talking and talking about conspiracy stuff, and I was like, whoa, like this is so cool. I don't hear other people talking about weird stuff like me in here. So I was like elevated, and like I was like pretty much like really like focused in and started taking notes and being like, I need to like connect with these people. We could talk. We speak the same language. So eventually I started writing down my contact information and hand them out to people that are like on the level. But people vibrate differently. Like I got kicked out of 13 places in my town because I don't really like the small talk, and I don't care about mainstream news and sports and weather. It's just not that important to me. But people get weirded out when I talk about, esoteric, mystical teachings or what they consider to be conspiracies, deeper understanding. So it's overwhelming to people, I guess. But there's a lot more to vibration that I'm missing out on here, I'm sure. What else do you guys think we could say about it?
Franklin, I have an image that I have sent to you. So I've shown you guys this Zarfex map in the past, but I did something different with it this time. I tried to basically plug in the 7 Hermetic principles and see if it basically co-aligned with this chart. And it seems like it actually does. And it's like, and I have this set up so that's the order of the 7 principles starting from the top and then sort of zigzagging its way downward. And so basically, normally, so for people who are not familiar, this is essentially normally a map. And each one of these circles is called a Zerfax. And you can think of each circle as like kind of a 3-dimensional coordinate in a sort of like a 4th-dimensional map, right? So to break this down, I think the reasoning actually kind of makes sense. So we start off with the principle that is mentalism and everything is mind. And in Zarfexology, this is known as the Vidsurfax channel, which is normally a channel that you access taking, drugs like LSD, DMT, and psilocybin, etc. And it puts you in a sort of sense where the universe is truly kind of like, you're just in like the pure mind of the kind of the universe, right? Everything is interconnected. And then we go over to correspondence. And you're talking the year about how correspondence is about how two ideas are sort of like interconnected between relationships. And you can see the symbol here being these circles being connected by these vertical and horizontal lines. And this Fieserfax channel is usually the channel that represents physical matter and like basically the part of the universe that's sort of quantum and unobservable. And weirdly, alcohol and opiates sort of take you to this particular Zerfax. But the idea is it's kind of, if everything is corresponding, it kind of fits to that sort of, deterministic, like everything is kind of physical and matter. Then we move on to the principle of vibration. And this is the Kid Zerfax channel, which is the channel of sort of like organic life, consciousness, and vibration. If you think organisms, they're always moving. And then you were talking earlier about how this is essentially a principle that's guided by light, which is then over here by the Rizerfax, which is the white light Zerfax. And you were also talking earlier about, and this is why I wanted to bring this up, about how mentalism and correspondence, the 1 and 2 are sort of linked by 3. And you can see here that 1 and 2 are sort of linked by 3, because this is the only channel that sort of exists on sort of both sides. And the idea is that the left side basically represents the physical aspect of reality. That's the Zarfax interior. And then the right side is the more astral, etheric, and spiritual aspect of existence, and they're both essentially reflections of each other. Then we move on to the principle of polarity, which is in the Azerfax channel, which you can see here. There's a polarity between 2 circles being connected by a diamond. And this is also the Zerfax of like, sort of conservative thinking. Christians tend to spend time in this particular Zerfax channel, as well as, Jews and Muslims. But it is also the Zerfax of machines and electrical grids, like you were talking about earlier. Then we move into the principle of rhythm, where this Zerfax here is the colored gate void Zerfax, known as the no Zerfax. And that represents the kind of the synesthetic experience of color. And this is sort of the Zaphras channel, which basically is the channel you go into for dreams. And it's also related to the astrological aspects of universe. Then we go over to cause and effect down here, which corresponds to the Nezerfax, because the Nezerfax is the Zerfax of linear time, logic, rational thinking, and it's usually the Zerfax channel that a lot of atheist materialists tend to end up in, where that particular Zerfax is there. So you see that cause and effect, because that's how everything is. You think of a cause and effect, there's a logical cause that preceded the effect. That's the sort of thing. And then we move to gender, we get to the Zerfax channel. Now, the Zerfax channel is essentially the channel you enter on states of disassociation, or like, maybe something like ketamine, or for example, where you're kind of like in the void. And so Zerfax channel is identified by Zerfaxes that sort of exist isolated in the void, not essentially related to anything. And if you think about it from the principle of gender, Hermeticism essentially says that male and female are sort of 2 sides of the same coin. And in the Zerfax channel, there's no distinctions, because you're sort of only just looking at perceiving one particular Zerfax at a time. So in a sense, that gendered reality kind of becomes fused together. And overall, you kind of see, like, because from, belief systems that are like something like Hermeticism, for example, the idea is the causality is sort of like top down. It goes from like sort of down here and then goes down that. Whereas if you have a more skeptical sort of interpretation, it's more coming from the bottom up. But from the phase perspective, it's like the idea is that the causality comes from both directions at the same time. So it's not just, top down, but it's also bottom up, both kind of going at the same time. And that kind of, that movement of kind of going from here to here to here to here is then represented by the diagonal shape of the Zith symbol up here. So I just thought it was kind of interesting that it seems like I never really like thought of this perspective before. But it does seem that these 7 Hermetic principles do seem to correspond with the 7 different Zerfax channel of this particular Zarfax map.
That's really beautiful. I like the way you've I like the way you've reflected these principles here, because it does actually make a lot of sense. And that you've got vibration is the only one that is running through the whole system. It is sort of the key, isn't it? Vibration is the key to everything. Everything else is like a result of vibration. Vibration is the one absolute, if you were going to pick one principle that absolutely represents reality, it would be vibration, because it's the one that touches on all things. And they all represent them to an extent, but vibration is the core for everything. It's the core for light. It's the core for sound. Sound exists because of vibration. Light exists because of vibration. Movement and energy exists because of vibration. Polarity exists because of vibration. Cause and effect exists because of these consequences of vibration. And, you know, the seventh principle of gender exists because of vibration. Because the cymatic vibrational field is able to produce a holographic zone in which molecules can grow. And that's sort of informed by the genetics, but it's also informed by the cymatic vibrational field. And we've discussed the genetics, vibrating at up to 10 terahertz, between 1 gigahertz, right up to 10 terahertz and beyond. That's a lot of cymatic activity, my man. A lot of different DNA tones. And so the information field is being textured by the cymatic reality, which is vibration, which is why molecules exist. So when you think about it, vibration, the only reason we can actually appreciate anything is because of vibration. That's why we can feel emotions. It's even our very thoughts that we experience in the physical body are because of vibrations, electrical vibrations that are carried through the neurological system. So without those vibrations, we wouldn't be able to carry thoughts through the brain, even though I do personally insist that consciousness is consciousness is both local and non-local in my perspective. So it is outside of this physical reality, but it is also, this physical reality is made of the consciousness, as like we've often sort of touched base before, haven't we, Cosmic, that like thoughts are actually traveling through matter, right? And memories are actually, in the physical world, but they're not only here, right? Would that be a good way of defining it for your idea as well?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good breakdown, I would say.
So we're sort of the vibration thing there. It makes perfect sense. It's beautiful. Namaste. We've got Revered. How you doing? Hope you're well. I see Hollowbone Hawk. Oh, it's always lovely to see Hollowbone Hawk. Namaste, my sweetheart. Let me, in case she's busy doing something right now, she might be. Oh, she'll. It's pizza madness at Hollowbone Hawk makes the most amazing pizzas. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Pizza land, I think is what's going on there. Homemade with particular flour, the right one, and everything's made from scratch, not using like some pre-made pizza base or something. It's all done by hand. The old-fashioned style, the right way, and my gosh, those pizza bases rock. You can't get them anywhere else. So, yeah, welcome. Namaste. Revered Wolf, Hollowbone Hawk. I hope you guys are both well. And Chaya, and everybody else that's joining us. I can't keep track of you guys so easily here. Yeah, so I like this, Cosmic. I really do like it. And so getting back to the point of vibe, when we're talking about chakra, I think is a good place to talk. So the etheric field. Okay, let's get down to this. So the etheric field is the structured physical reality. And I would say that the etheric field is the structured causal expression of cause and effect. So the cause, the effect, cause, it creates structure. That goes there as a cause, becomes an effect. It goes there, becomes an effect. And so each effect becomes a parameter. And these parameters are mapped, and that becomes form. And so cause and effect is the fundamental expression of form. But what informs the expression of form is the element of rhythm. So the rhythm, well, now the lords of rhythm, if we're going to get into the metaphysics and the magical lore of Hermeticism, which is in its own branch of sorcery, if you will, or magic, or some people consider themselves Hermetic witches, witchcraft. The Hermetic idea that I'm losing my place here. I mustn't lose my place. The Hermetic idea that the causal field is structured by rhythm has resulted in the Hermetic title of the Lords of Time, the Lord of Time, the Lords of Time. And so you'll hear them continually going on about the Lords of Time, right, in a lot of the Hermetic treatises. And this represents Saturn, represents rhythm. So rhythm gives way to time, and time can be counted by rhythm, right? How many times did this clock thing go round? Okay, it went round once. That's one of those things. How many times did that happen? Okay, it went in structures. How many times did that thing go round and round and round in one day? Okay, so that's that many of these things, right? So we are now told that, oh no, the reason we've got time the way we've got time is because the Phoenicians took on board the ideas of the Sumerians who like to count things in 60. Okay, but let's take a little look deeper. Why did the Sumerians count things in 60? Are you guys interested in this idea as a question? Because here we can calculate this. Oh, by the way, someone wanted to ask a question earlier. Bobo Warren wanted to be life and death are in the power of the tongue. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Man, there's an interesting concept, right? Before I can make love to her, I gotta kiss her. And after I've kissed her, I make love to her. And after making love to her, I make another one of me and her. Or two. Or maybe even 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. Or, hey, let's go all in. Octuplets. Why have twins when you can have octuplets? So the very idea of life and death being on the power of the tongue is somehow quite true, because it's the tongue that tastes. So the most likely thing to end our lives are poisons in nature. Right? You eat that berry. Oh, you get sick. You fall on the floor. Now you can't look after yourself. You can't protect yourself. You're vulnerable. You're prone. Life ends. Right? Or you don't eat the right foods for your body, and your body breaks down and creates illness as a response. Yeah. And the word is a very powerful thing. It can curse. You can say mean things to people that make them feel really bad about themselves and go off and get really depressed and unhappy, and they could end their lives, or something bad could happen, or they could just be so depressed and they could like leave the world due to a broken heart. Oh, no pizza tonight. Okay, my sweetheart. I love you, my baby. So this idea of vibration carrying this essence of that which becomes manifest, and the idea of rhythm carrying the potential that becomes form. I want us to look at this, because we're defining the astral and we're defining the etheric. Rhythm defines the etheric, right? But cause and effect, structure, and give form to the etheric, right? Vibration defines the astral, but polarity gives form. Is that the right word? No. Gives context. It's a better word. gives context to vibration. So polarity gives context to vibration because it's much more abstract than form. And cause and effect gives form to the boundaries presented by rhythm. So you can see how rhythm becoming cause and effect is the structure of the etheric plane, and how vibration becoming polarity is the space within which the astral exists, and that the astral as a whole defines the etheric. Not defined, sorry, the astral as a whole gives birth to the etheric. Let me make this really simple for you people. I just forgot that I actually did a slide. I created a slide once for this. Dang, I forgot all about that. I made a cool little funky little picture, and the funky little picture had a funky little thing. Correspondence. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. He did it. Oh, he did it. He did it. There you go. So it's not my favorite picture. I'm not going to pretend it's my favorite picture, but there, it's not a bad picture. So there you see, we have the correspondence there, and I've mapped it out so that there's enough space to write in how the Kabbalistic correspondences of the etheric relate to these three fields, and how the astral correspondences relate to these three fields, even though the imagination, polarity, principle of imagination, principle of polarity, are fundamentally rooted within the Anahata, right? And so the Vedic system is the astral system. This is what people don't realize. The astral space is mapped by 108. And the etheric space is mapped by 72. This is why in Western occultism, 72 is what we base our occult principles upon, right? The 72 quinins, where in the Vedic system, they have the 108. Now, what is 108? 108 is, 108 is, ladies and gentlemen, who's coming, is just taking his time to get there. 108 is 12 cycles of this. So 12 cycles of this enneagram manifesting becomes 108. And so that means that the macrocosm is expressing itself inwardly as this. But when we look at the physical manifestations, right? We're not looking at the manifestations of 12. We're looking at the manifestations of 8. Because 8 becomes the perfect expression of 4, which is the perfect expression of polarity. And that 8 represents Saturn, represents the field of time, which is the law of, as we were saying, rhythm, the Lord of rhythm. Lord of rhythm 8. So we're talking about 8 cycles of 9 as opposed to 12 cycles of 9. And the 8 cycles of 9 represent the 72 quinins. And so there's something to consider, the differences. You can see it on a pentagram. If you draw a pentagram, right, you'll see the pentagram. Do I have a pentagram ready for rocking and rolling, ladies and gentlemen? Does he have one? And the crowds were jingling on the end of a ding-a-ling. Pentagram. Do I have one with the? Oh, now here is such a beautiful picture. I'm going to share it with you guys. It's an old thing that I made. I couldn't find this blooming thing. Can you believe it? I couldn't find it, ladies and gentlemen. I looked everywhere for it. It wasn't anywhere to be found. It didn't exist. So here you can see, if you look at the maths here, you see the 72 of the internal angle, and you see the 108 on the external angle, right? And together they make the straight line, which is the 180, right? And so you can see how the missing link between the two is 36, right? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that just beautiful? So 36 becomes the missing link. When you take 36 as a polarity, it becomes 72. But when you take it in full terms of the Trinity, it becomes 72. I mean, 108. 3 times 36, 108. 2 times 36, 72. So you see, this is the golden math ratio of phi being expressed here, right? Where 36 plus 72 becomes 108, right? And 72 plus 108 becomes 180, which is the straight line. This continuation of that, right? So you can see phi, and you can see how phi manages this with each pentagram, right? Becoming part of a smaller pentagram. And if you were to add up that pentagram to that pentagram, you're going to get the scale of that pentagram. So if you take the smallest pentagram that you can see here and put it on top of the head, it's the same height as the next pentagram. If you take the next size pentagram and put on top of the head of the next pentagram, it's the same height as that pentagram. And if you take that pentagram on top of that pentagram, it's the same height as that pentagram, which means that 1 plus 2 equals 3, 3 plus 2 equals 5, 5 plus 2 equals 7, right? 7 plus 5 equals 12. This is the golden mean ratio of phi being expressed here numerologic as an idea. So you see the 108 represents the outer sphere, the astral, and the 72 represents the inner sphere of form that structures the astral. And they both come from the information field, which is essentially 180. And 180 is essentially compounded with it's 360. And so we're living in a proverbial sphere, which is an interesting concept. Makes you wonder about just exactly, are we on top of a ball or are we in a sphere? That's a whole other conversation. But so that idea then informs us. So these three aspects here, you could see the 7 principles. Polarity is in the center, but rhythm. Notice that rhythm is an intersection between 2 spheres, right? And notice that vibration is an intersection between 2 spheres. What do we call that, Indy? That's got a name, that shape. You see it in the flower of life.
Vesica piscis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So those 2 Vesica piscis shapes are the reason why vibration and rhythm are so important to the nature and structure of reality. And so vibration becomes polarity, which is the astral plane, that yellow sphere, and rhythm becomes the cause and effect, which is the heart of the etheric field. So the etheric field represents structure and sound, to be specific, right? Because it carries the sound of the fundamental vibration through rhythm. And but it is the sound becoming solid in terms of hard things knocking against each other. Then we have the unstruck sound becoming polarity, which is pure energy, which is frequency. And that is the astral field, because the astral field is not defined in terms of form, but in terms of space, where the etheric field is defined in terms of form that space has been molded into. And then the causal field is the field which is the emanation of mentalism, which then becomes an expression of correspondence, pure information. And so that pure information of correspondence then represents the Akasha, and that the Akasha is a map of how all things correspond to all other things. That's why entering into the causal field, or the Akasha, is so profoundly, intensely disrupting to the psyche, because you're losing all of the structure of the etheric plane, you're losing all of the space of the astral plane, and you're entering into a beyond, out of time, where time and space is all measured and mashed in, and and conglomerated into whatever it is, a field of information that's overlaid with so much there, you wouldn't be able to digest it all. It would pop the mini brain. Brain would just go pop. Wouldn't be able to handle all that information because we're not designed to be able to carry all that information in this brain. Some people say it's because our genetics was altered and we had our systems limited. It's like they sold you a Ferrari that can do like 280 miles an hour, and then they put a limiter on it, capping its speed at like 120, right? That's like the physical body. It's what they did to us, according to many people's ideas. I don't know what is absolutely true there, but makes a lot of sense. So here we see the 7 principles of Hermes as they relate, and I've given like idea here of mentalism that represents inspiration, correspondence, the way things fit together, results in our psyche as intuition. Vibration results as memory. That's why emotion drives memory, right? Correspondence. That's why information drives intuition. Polarity. That's why energy drives the imagination, right? The imagination is about reshaping energy. And that's why rhythm drives the will, because the will has a rhythmic intention of inflicting itself like a drum. Shamanic, drum, rhythm, will, all about shamanism. The core principle adhered to in shamanic practice and training is the activation of the will, rhythm. And then the cause and effect, obviously, which is desire, right? And becomes desire. And so, that's quite an interesting concept there, because desire is related to form. And because form holds potential for us to experience the energy and the inspiration and the information, we then develop a desire based upon these principles. And then the gender becomes the sensation, the sphere of the physical goof, the body, through which that desire can act, right? So here we have like a little map idea of, it's not necessarily the best one. I just drew this up some time ago when we were breaking down something else. But this is a model that you can use for so many different fields. So what do you guys think? I've just thrown some bits onto the table. What do you think?
Well, Chaya in the comments has been pointing out a lot of correspondences with the number 108. And she mentions that there are 108 Upanishads. There are also 108 nadis, or energy lines, that converge at the heart chakra. And that there are 108 marma points, which are the vital intersection points of life force energy in the human body. Which is pretty amazing.
That's acoustic, by the way.
Yeah.
The marma is acoustic resonance. And that's, somebody was asking about, can you, who was it? On the bottom there, right? Bobo. Where's Bobo? There's Bobo's comment about life and death are in the power of the tongue. Yeah. Sound can influence those marma points, and you can cause someone to lose their life by influencing marma points with sound. That's why the word is such a powerful weapon. Why what people say can hurt us so much. Isn't that interesting? But that's a really good observation. But please do continue, brother. That's really exciting. I like that you brought that up. That's from Kalari Payatu Martial Arts, yeah?
Yeah, thanks for pointing out that those are acoustic. That's awesome. And also, I like to go through the final letters of the Hebrew alphabet corresponding with the number 12 involved in all these number correspondences. So we talked about...
Do you have an image? Do you want an image or anything?
Yeah, I could bring up an image. But we talked about the 3 letters of creation: Aleph, Mem, and Shin. And then let me pull up this image. Then we spoke about the 7 letters of duality. Then there are 12 letters that are left over in the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So, boom, here we go.
I got the perfect image for you, by the way. Do you want me to bring it up?
You got an image? Yeah, hook it up. This whole
Rose.
ass anything box is getting in my way.
I'm not selling the Rosicrucian nonsense here, but they do have a couple of cool pictures, which we're going to use because the pictures are cool.
Cool.
Share this
So,
tab.
these letters of action, of which there are 12, have also correspondence with the 12 constellations.
How's that?
And that looks great. I love that. Now, where's the 12? Is it the colors? The middle?
So
circles?
I don't know if you can see it, but those are, if you can go
3,
in and
7,
zoom
12.
in, there's 3 letters in the middle, the
Yeah.
mother letters. Then there's 7 letters in the middle ring around it. Like the top right here. Can you see my thing on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
So that's Kaf, that's Tav, that's Gimel, right?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
That's Dalet, that's Bet, that's Resh, that's Pe.
Oh, so it starts on the bottom with Dalet being
Yes.
the first of the
Then
7.
there's Aleph,
Aleph
Shin,
starts at the top.
and Mem on the inside 3. And then on the outside, this is He. He,
Okay.
Vav, Zain, Het, Tet, Yot, Lamet, Nun, Samek, Ayin, Pe, Tzadi on the outer ring. So you got 12 on the outside.
I think it's Sadi
7
and Kaf. I have Sadi and Kaf.
Yeah, Kof. Sorry. Tzadi
Okay.
and Kof. Did I
Yeah.
make a mistake? I might
Yeah,
have.
you said Pe.
Anyway.
That's okay.
Yeah. Sorry, my mistake, man.
Probably
But anyway,
But
that's
yeah, those are the 12 letters of action. And I have here a chart about the meanings of those 12 letters of action in their corresponding months in the meaning of each month. So, hey means sight, represents sight, the action of sight. Out of these 12 letters, they have a corresponding action of human behavior. That's a correspondence of the human person and body that corresponds with the action of the creator in the heavens. So we're like a microcosm of the macrocosm. And these are the 12 actions that we take that are correspondent with the divine. So the second is Vav, being hearing, Zayin, being smell, Chet or Het, being speech, Teth, being hunger or taste, Yad, being desire or love, Lamed, being movement, or they said work, but I say motivation, and then Nun, being anger, and I said that corresponds with fighting. And then Samek, being mirth or joy, Ayin, being thought, Sadi, being sleep or imagination, which I think corresponds with dreaming, with the imagination in sleep time. Then Kaf, being labor or action, basically just did work instead of labor. But they mention work twice as Lamed and Kaf. So I switched them to motivation and labor. But basically, these 12 letters also correspond respectively with the 12 months of the Hebrew calendar. Now, sometimes they have a 13th month, 7 times out of 19 years. They will have 7 years with 13 months and 12 years with 12 months. So when they do the 13th month, they just add the second month again as the second Adar, which is the name of the 12th month. But That's neither here nor there. We have the first month being Nisan, or Nisan, represents the flower. In the first 2 months represents the transition from winter to spring. And this is the beginning of their calendar that starts in March and April of the first month, and then goes into April, May of the second month. And when it corresponds with our calendar, they don't line up exactly. So the first month is associated with flower, and in that month, they have Passover and Exodus. The second month, Ayar, is associated with bloom or radiance. So these are like the transitional months where we're coming into spring, and flower is the start, and then blossom is the radiance as we come out of winter into spring. Then in the second month, they have the counting of Omer. I don't know what Omer is just yet. I have to look into it. So then the third month is Sivan or Sivan. And this is corresponding with the season or time. And this month they have Shavuot, which is when they give out the Torah. Then in the fourth month, they have Tammuz, the Babylonian deity. And this month is associated with summer. And it is associated with also reflection and mourning. So this is a time where in the desert region, summer is a time of like immense heat. So they are focused on going into like a cool place where they can focus on reflecting on things and mourning for what's been lost. And Tammuz is a Babylonian deity that's a god of fertility and vegetation. So it's like the transition from spring into summer begins here. Then we have Av associated with Teth being the 5th month. And that's correspondent with the idea of father. And the deep mourning moves into comfort as we approach autumn, where there's cool nights and the immense heat is starting to dissipate. Then associated with Yod, we have Elul, where autumn begins and is associated with harvest or searching. Then with Lamed, we have Tishrei, which is associated with the beginning and strength. And in this month, they have Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah. So there's a time of fasting and strengthening, and new beginnings. And then we have associated with Nun, Chesvan, or bitter, and associated with quiet, because there are no holidays in this month. So it's a quiet month for holidays and such and celebrations. Then with Samek, we have Kislev, associated with security or trust. And this is the month that has Hanukkah. Then we have Tevet, where winter begins. And this is a month of goodness and immersion, where people go into introspection in the cold months. There's not much to do in the fields. So there's really not too much going on, and they can focus on getting immersed in introspection and looking within, since the material world has calmed down around them. Then finally, Sadi is associated with Shevat. The Shevat month is associated with branch or staff. And I believe that there's a holiday that celebrates trees during this month. And then finally, Adar, the 1st and 2nd month. And thank you so much, Kimmy.
You're welcome.
Have a great day. And this This month is associated with the concept of magnificent and the idea of cloud, which this month is associated with sun alignment. So, like, this is probably the time where the sun is beginning to come back and show that the cold period is ending and the warmth is returning. Even though in Tibet, the 10th month is the point at which winter begins in the shortest day of the year, at which point it takes 5 days for the sun to go all the way to its furthest point and then start to return on the 25th of December. But then at Adar is the point where they have a focus on solar alignment. And then on the years where they have 13 months, these months are slightly displaced because they have a different number of days per month. And then there's a second Adar after the first Adar. So that is the work that I've been doing to interpret the Yetzirah, which is the cosmogony of Abraham and his doctrine about how the world was created and the cosmos began and was created by the creator through the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And it was through the word that things were spoken into being and things were made from the word, from the logos. So I wanted to add that in as a correspondence where there's these 12 letters that correspond with the blazing star, with the numbers that are brought about from being a factor of 12 up into 36 being 3 times 12, 72 being 6 times 12, and then 108 being 9 times 12. And 3, 6, and 9 are like sacred numbers to Nikolai Tesla that help create like free electricity. You can use those numbers and understand them in the works of dealing with electrical vibration. And then 180 comes from adding the 108 and the 72, which is 12 times 15. And 15 is a sacred number to me because it's made from adding 3 5s. And 555 soul is like the number of the divine. Some people associate 777 to be associated with the number of God. But I feel like 555 would be the number of angels, if that be the case. But also 15, as in like 15 times 12 being 180, is also the number of the devil, I believe, in tarot, if I'm not mistaken. And that's like about human desire and temptation and being able to overpower our inclination towards temptation, towards desires, and being able to develop discipline and develop like a deeper conscience in a way about going about things that's more planned out in harmonic ways and taking the proper steps to be able to achieve what our heart desires instead of acting rashly or impulsively on those temptations. So we've got this square up here. I'm going to pass the mic to Franklin.
I was just adding it on because you were talking about the number 15. And here's the number 15 all over this.
Yes.
It wears 15 like a glove. You know, anywhere you take it vertically, laterally.
You add the rows.
You add the 3 numbers in a line and they add up to 15.
Yep. And if you add the diagonal rows, they also add to 15. It's just brilliant how they're able to do this.
Yeah.
And
so Saturn holds 15 at its core.
And 5 being at the center and 15 being a triple five is also interesting. Now, this is the Saturn square, but we also have, there is a correspondence with the Sun square adds up to 666. And 6 plus 6 plus 6 becomes 18, which becomes 9. And there are 9 squares in the Saturn square. So it's interesting how that also corresponds with 555 and 666. And those being the numbers of the angels and devils, or devils and angels respectively. So it's pretty interesting. And there are also, if we're going to continue this correspondence from 5 and 6 to create 7, there are 7 heavenly realms and 7 divine realms of the underworld below. So they're known as the lokas in Vedic understanding. And they are like the last one of the underworld realms in the lokas is Patala Loka, where the Nagas reside. And they're like very harsh, demonic serpent beings. But I believe the Asuras also live in one of the lokas, probably higher up though. Then there are like 7 above, but I think sometimes they list our Bur Loka that is on the surface world as being like the central one. And there's like maybe 6 above this, and this is one of the above surface realms. Then there are 7 below surface realms. So I find that could be interesting as well. Oh, and so we have some Hindu calendar months that have been brought to my attention. Thank you, Chaya, for this. And it seems like there's 13 of them. Yeah. So, oh, maybe there's 12. Okay. So there are 12 Hindu calendar months: Chaitra, Vaishak, Jesta, Ashad, Sravan, Budrapada, Ashvin, Kartik, Mishka Paush, Magh, or Mach, and Palgun. And these are the various ones that start in March or April, just like the Hebrew calendar, and end in February and March, with December to January being the 10th one. So they're also aligned with each other as starting in March, April time. And originally the Gregorian calendar, maybe when it went back to the Julian calendar, began in April, which was the beginning of the year, which is why we have April Fools on April 1st, because that used to be the beginning of the calendar. But they supposedly shifted the calendar to align with Saturnalia, because they wanted to have more focus on new beginnings and a lot of festivities involved in the cold winter months. And the new beginnings are associated with the time where the sun is at its furthest point and stops moving for 5 days and then starts to move back towards us again, to warm things up in the northern hemisphere. So that I find pretty interesting. And I probably would suggest that it's going to be the same in the Chinese calendar as well. But I'm not sure, because it seems to start in February, which is before March. So it seems like it's maybe off by a month somehow. But they also have like the similar amount of years from their beginning. The Chinese and Hebrew calendar were said to have begun about 6,000 years ago. So I'm not sure about the Indian calendar. It might be older. It could be around the same time. So they
That's
say
much older.
that's yeah, they say that the
Much
time
older.
of India goes back for longer than the known universe is supposed to be existing scientifically, for many billions of years.
They've lied to us about so much.
Yeah.
Our Western cosmologists and scientists they've just made up crap and shoveled it at us like false history, false science, false everything. Like
Yeah,
the
it's not
pyramids.
even scientific.
Pyramids are like more than 10,000 years old. To
And
try
they're
and
like,
pretend that that's not the case is to just like walk around with a hole in the head.
yeah,
Well,
13.7
not all of
billion
them.
years ago, everything emerged from nothing. How does anything come out of nothing? How are they going to explain that scientifically?
No, this guy came down and he created it all. His name was
Yeah,
Yahweh, remember?
exactly. Yep.
He had a funky
Well,
hairstyle.
in Egyptian lore, they suggest that Ra was the primordial source mind that brought things into creation. And then they've also suggested that Ptah brought the world into being. So I think there are a number of different sequences of the creation of things in the development of the Cometian lore, because they say that none had created the initial world that was just a watery abyss of darkness. But then Ptah allowed the sun to rise and then created the world as the Zep-Tepi emerged from the watery abyss to create the first land upon which the vegetation began to grow when the sun rose above it after the Bennu bird, which is like the phoenix, rose up. But then there was a destruction of the initial world that Ptah created through his word, and then a recreation of the world that was brought back into being in the world that we're in now. So there's different worlds that were created and destroyed. And we see that the Queen of Heaven, Asherah, who is the wife of God, that's associated with having been the wife of Baal, but I would suggest that she was most likely to have been the wife of El Shaddai, the elder god. That was the initial god, most wise. But she is sometimes associated with being the wife of Yahweh. But she's also known as the Queen of Heaven, but it's said that she walked on the primordial waters. And it's also said that Sophia in the Gnostic movement, which the Gnostic movement originated in Egypt and then came out and became into two different systems, in the Judaic system and in the Islam's Persian area. They created a different system as well. So originally there was this snake-headed god with a serpent tail, and I believe that it's supposed to be pronounced Chenubi, but it's spelled Chenubis. And he was the initial god that later became Yaldabaoth. But Yaldabaoth was known in the Hebrew realm as Samael, but he was known to the Persians as Saklas. So to the Gnostics, he was referred to as Yaldabaoth. But basically, they say Samael was his other name. There's a lot of different names for Sophia as well. We have the initial name of the Gnostic movement said to be Prunikos, which ties back to the ancient Greek. But as far as her ancient Egyptian name, I'm not exactly sure who the mother of Chenubi or Chenubis was. Although it's said that Isis gave birth to all of the living beings of the world in one stage of their development, there may have been other goddesses that were creatrix goddesses of the gods and goddesses, I'm not sure. Then we also have, in addition to Prunikos and Sophia, Sophia was also sometimes associated with an Enoia and Barbello, and she's associated also with Chokmah or Hokmah from the Tree of Life or the Sephirothic Labyrinth. And that's the goddess of wisdom in the Sephirothic Labyrinth, who represents wisdom as one of the Sephirots. Then there are also a few more other names that are associated with Sophia, but Sophia is said to have fallen into the abyss and was tempted to, like, with her lust, to create and conceive of Yaldabaoth because she was fallen and sinful and transgressive. But initially, the name Prunikos was not associated with this kind of a narrative. She was said to have been, she was later demonized as the licentious or lustful one, but they think that initially the etymology of her name refers to the lunging one that daringly and courageously leapt right into the dark abyss to be able to bring forth emissaries of light, to transmute the darkness to light over time, to bring about the grand eschaton, which is the crystallization of the material world into perfection at the end of time. So basically, Prunikos was able to conceive of Chinubi or Chinubis. It became a little bit later. Became Yaldabaoth, also known as Samael, which is like associated with darkness, or Saklas, which is known as to be the fool, but basically created this god or this archon, as she was one of the aeons. She created this archon, the demiurge, to be able to create human beings in the reflection of the heavenly realm. And initially, according to the narrative of Prunikos, it said that she wanted to create humankind to be able to become the pastors of the land of earth and bring harmony and balance to nature, and have us be the pastors of the land and be able to turn the chaos of the abyss world of darkness into harmony of light and love as a reflection of the divine here in this world. So in this narrative, the Gnostic movement was not creating this material realm as a sinister or ominous act. It was an act of the reflection of the divine, which corresponds with the Kabbalah that suggests that the root of existence is in the heavens and that we're here in the branches of the upside down tree of creation, and that we are connected to the divine. So it's interesting. Go ahead.
No, you mentioned the Kabbalah, and I just remembered there was something I was going to add to what you were talking about earlier, maybe a little while ago, when you were talking about the letters. But I'll just add to what you've said now before I jump onto that, because there's a few different things. Yaldabaoth, quite interesting. So, Ia became Ya, right? If you actually pronounce the Ya, it's Ya. Slowly, it's Ia. Ya Al is Al, right? When we think of Al now, okay, gosh, I was explaining this to someone in a group, in a magnetism group of a friend of mine, because they pointed out that Yahweh is often associated with Enlil. And I was like, yeah, but you've got to understand that's not the story. That's a part of the story. It's like saying that my home is associated with my kitchen. Yeah. It's just one part of my home. It's not my home, no. There's a living room. There's like a room where I sleep. There's a dining room, right? There's a bathroom, toilets. There's a shower place. There's a garden. There's a patio. You know, there's my boy's room. There's a laundry room. There's a lot of rooms in the house. I can't define my home by the kitchen, because it's not my home. It's just a part of my home. So in the same way, when you look at, and I want to get to Yaldabaoth, and then I want to get to the 5 other letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So we're going to jump on that next. But this idea that Yahweh is Enlil, to understand that Yahweh emerged from El. Okay, so to the original peoples, the original Shemites, the prime deity was El, right? Or Alu, or Alua, but El was the epithet. And that original deity, right, was a storm god deity, just like Enlil, the wind and the storms. And that deity was one of the early deities that was swallowed in to Yahweh. So Yahweh took both the epithet for the name of El, took both the qualities and the powers and everything from El as Yahweh, as a young deity, was developing in the Levant area. It's quite important for us to understand this. So yes, Yahweh absorbed, but Yahweh didn't only absorb this. Yahweh had also absorbed previous earlier deities. Let me try to remember what they were called. Previous earlier deities of Yah or Yahu, right? Which was a deity associated with the moon. Very important. And another deity, which was it Yam? Yam was a deity associated with the ocean. So first, Yahweh came and absorbed Yam, the ocean deity. Then Yahweh absorbed Yah, the moon deity. Then Yahweh absorbed El, the sky lightning deity, right? It's important to understand what Yahweh did. And Yahweh ate each of these deities one by one by basically taking all the qualities and the epithets of all of these deities and absorbing it into himself until there were no other deities left and there was just Yahweh, and it was a monotheistic religion. This is how Yahweh came to be, and this is quite trackable. We can go and look at it. So that's just like a back note to Yahweh. So Yahweh actually is a conglomerate deity, which is the moon deity, right? Which is the ocean deity, which is the sky deity, right? And the deity of the earth, all combined. Now, if we go to the Hel Baoth, this gets interesting because we got the Ia Al, right? Ia Al. That's quite interesting in itself. Ia Al is obviously Enki, Ia, and El is Enlil, An, Al. So we were saying Enlil, but that's not really how it was pronounced. Because he took on his father's mantle, Al, Eliel, Aneliel is more probably close to the way like those people could have been speaking the language, although we don't really have an idea. Our so-called, people that have studied it, they're all just sucking their thumbs as to what they imagine or think the pronunciations must have been, because there is no evidence of how these words were exactly pronounced in the Sumerian. And they're really sucking at thumbs. So it's just really interesting to look at that. And those two aspects are sort of combined. Then there is also the idea of Nudimut, right? The Lord of the Earth, that I think has been taken into other contexts with Oth, which is Eth, or called Oth from other cultural lineages, which represents Aleph and Tav together, the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega, which represents the boundaries of Earth, which seems to have a resonance here with Lord of the Earth of Nudimut. That's how they're choosing to pronounce it, which is the epithet for Sumerian water and wisdom related to Ea, right? So it's just quite interesting how they've sort of, these names all seem to carry different epithets of each different deities, all embedded within itself. So I'm at a loss for exactly how they Ya'al Dabaoth came to be, but I would say that it probably has ancient Semitic roots, as do a lot of these languages. And I don't believe the nonsense that they shovel, where they say that the African languages are completely unassociated with the languages of the Levant and the languages of the Semites. To me, they seem to have a clear enough evidence to show connection, where they'll say that the Greek language came from one line and the African Egyptian came from another line. But when you start really looking at it, all of the deity names of the Greeks came from the ancient Egyptian epithets, right? And that religion defined life in life in Greece quite a lot. And so there are a lot of sounding words that just happen to have a very similar inflection and meaning, which they just pass off as coincidence. No, I'm sorry. Where the smoke is the fire, buddy. You guys can sell your so-called academia to someone else who's not thinking for themselves, because I think it's our responsibility to think for ourselves and not to just blindly believe what we're told. And where there's smoke, there's usually a fire. So that's the interesting point. Now, what I wanted to actually talk about was when you were talking about the 22 Hebrew characters, which you really wonderfully outlined, and you related them to the months. Oh, yes, the months. Do, re, mi, fa, si, la, ti, do. Octave. How many times did I speak? 8 times. 8 times. It's called octave. How many notes are there in an octave? 8? No. 7.
7.
Right. The same way that octave has 7 notes, but that one note is retoned on a different frequency. It's like the movement of the enneagram, the next one. We have the same thing with the months. There are 12 months in the Jewish thing, of which the first month became the last month again, right? So they added the first month again as an echo, which is the same as do, re, mi, fa, si, la, ti, do. Yeah. Which is basically the same idea of octave. And so there's always been 12 months. This idea that there were 13 months, there has never been 13 months. There is a 13-month cycle of 12 months, yes. This is universal in all of our very ancient cultures. A 13-month cycle of 12 months. The oldest calendar on Earth is more than 10,000 years old, and guess how many months were on that calendar? It's here in South Africa. It's called the Adam's calendar. And yes, believe it or not, just like the Vedics, just like the ancient Greeks, just like the ancient Egyptians, just like everybody else, there were 12 months. But those 12 months were calculated in cycles of 13, because that's the way they did it. The same way that we today calculate music and sound in an octave rather than a septet, if that makes sense. It's the way that we understand things, because that produces the continuity of change and transformation, and so the continuity can carry over something from the past to the future and not just be stuck in a dial going round and round, but more like a spiral that's moving forward, carrying the same pattern of 12 but into the 13th, so that the 13th becomes that mystical transformative potential. Now, what I wanted to say about the Hebrew is interesting, because when we're looking at the Hebrew, we've got the 22 characters, which you can see here. For those of you that can see it, I hope you can see it. You can zoom into Onont. You got the 3 mother letters in the center. Gosh, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put the Hebrew letters onto here as well sometime. You can see them here. It's probably easier to see it. Those tarot cards represent Hebrew letters, right? So that's an easy one for you to understand. Like the full year represents Aleph, the yellow triangle, right? The Kaf represents the hanged man, right? Sorry, Mem represents the hanged man, yeah, which is the 13th letter, numerical value 40. And judgment is Shin, which is the last judgment of the tarot, which is the letter Shin, which represents the number 300. So here we've got a combination of the number 1, which has no number in the mystical notation, but in actualization, it's number 1. And the hanged man Maim, which carries the numerical value of 40, which is 41. And then the 300 of the judgment means 341, right? Which brings us back to the octave story, 8, which is why we count the septet in 8s, because of Lord of Time and Rhythm managing all of that. Wada, 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 wada. So then we see here, and we look at all of these tarot cards represent Hebrew things. So I will make a point of doing that, so that next time I can show you guys it'll be a Hebrew letter. It's just PT. I just haven't done it. So let me take that off quickly. But that would probably be an easier way to show the images of those letters. But so here is a good way, because you can see how the 3 becomes the 7 in the ring around the 3 and the 12. There's one other thing that we need to consider, and the numerical potentials here. So you got Aleph 1, Bet, Gimal, Dalet, He, Vav, Zain, Chet, Tet, Yod. So Aleph is 1, Bet is 2, Gimal is 3, Dalet is 4, He is 5, Vav is 6, Zain, He, Vav, Zain is 7, Chet is 8, Tet is 9, Yod is 10, Kaf is 20, Lamet is 30, Mayim is 40, Nun is 50, Samek is 60, Iron is 70, Pe is 80, Tzadi is 90, Kof is 100, Hesh is 200, Shin is 300, and Tav is 400. Okay, so we notice how those numbers work in a cycle from 1 to 400. But there are 5 hidden letters. Yeah. 5 hidden letters. And those 5 hidden letters are actually the second form of what we call the final form letters, right? So they're called the final letters. And those final letters are okay, so you've got Kaf, and by Kaf we mean the hand, right? The wheel, Kaf, which is 20. But Kaf has a second form if it's on the end of the word, which becomes the number 50. 500. And then you've got Mime, which is 40. If it's on the end of the word, it's written as a different image. It's more of like a squarish box. And then it holds the number value 600. Nun is like, it's got a long stick that runs down with like a tiny little curve on the top of the stick, which is the second form of the letter Nun, which would normally have a numerical correspondence of 50, but it then represents 700 on the end of a word and is written differently. And then we've got Pe, which is, Pe is universal, by the way. This is the Enneagram. I want us to remember why 9 is so important. Pe is 80, right? But Pe becomes 800. It doesn't change. Pe is universal. It stays. So that's an interesting point. And then we've got Tzadi. And Tzadi is 90. And 90, which is Tzadi, becomes 900. So Tzadi is also unique and keeps its number. So Tzadi is the feminine form of Saturn, relating to the sign of Aquarius, where Pe is Mars in its purest form. So there's a relationship between Mars and Aquarius, Saturn and Mars. Usually people get scared when they see these two combinations in a horoscope, depending on the situation. But so that brings us to the number 900. There is 1/6 letter which closes the circle, but that letter doesn't have another form, so we don't speak of it. But if you wanted to create the number 1000, you would create a giant Aleph, but the form doesn't change. So there are only 5 extra forms added onto the 22 letters, which make 27. So that 27 is interesting because the 27 thus represents 1/4 of the fundamental structure of creation. And you are considering that in the optics of the tree of life, it's not just a 2-dimensional thing. It's a hyperdimensional thing. So in its hyperdimensionality, what you have is you have 4 of everything because you've got the 4 worlds, right? You've got Atzilut, Bria, Yetzirah, Eshia, the 4 worlds of creation. Now, the way to visualize this is to visualize yourself with a tree of life behind you and a tree of life in front of you. And the tree of life in front of you is inverted, right and left, not upside down, right? So behind you, you would have your Bina here behind you, above your right side of your head, and your Chokmah behind you, above the right side of your head, and your Keter above your head, and your Chesed or Gedula behind your left shoulder, and your Jabur or Pachat above your right shoulder, and your Netzach located over your left hip, and your Hut or your head, as I think it's better to pronounce it, related over your right hip, and your Tifharet in the place behind you, between your solar plexus and your Anahata chakra, but it's neither. It's more related to in something which in Sanskrit architecture is called Hrit Padma, which isn't really a chakra that's discussed as such, not specifically a chakra, but it's an important energetic sphere, juncture within your energetic infrastructure. And so you've got that behind you. And then you've got in front of you, right, the tree that's facing you. So instead of having Jabor on your right-hand side, you have Jabor in front of you on your left-hand side, right? And instead of having Chesed on your left-hand side, you have it on the right-hand side. And so above Chesed on your right-hand side would be Chokmah. And below Chesed on your right-hand side would be Netzach. And above Jibor on your left-hand side, the Jibora or Pachat, you would have Bina. And on that same side below, you would have Het, or what they like to call Chut. And obviously, you would then have your Yeshut over your genitalia area. And so you notice what we've done. We've created 2 trees of life, one in front and one behind, right? But now you got to look a little deeper. What have you got here on your right? So if you look on your right, and you're facing as if you're facing rightwards, what you've got on your right-hand side is a Jibor that aligns with Chesed. And you've got a Netzach on your right-hand side that aligns with, with Het, right? And so you've got another tree of life on your right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, you have the same thing, another tree of life. And so you've got 4 sets of parts that correspond to all of these different trees running down. And you have the 4 sets of the minor arcana that map out the that map out the Sephirot in each of those trees. And then you have, you also have in the minor arcana, you have the suit cards. And the suit cards act as polarity junctions between the worlds. So in each of the aspects, there will be a suit that governs, a card that governs the upper region, the middle region, the lower region, and the foot of the tree. And each one of those has those cards per junction of the four. So that's really what you've done is you've taken the tarot and you've built the entire tree of life around you. And there are 4 trees, actually, to be specific. This is not something that you really, I don't think you see this in books. I don't know. Anyway, I've never found it in books anyway. But so you've got these 4 trees of life around you. And so that's something to consider when you're looking at it, right? And you've got these numbers that add up to 1,000. Now, the reason Aleph isn't one of those numbered things, this is sort of the reason I'm mentioning this, is because the giant Aleph is what occupies all of the tree. It is the permeation, the breath that permeates all 4 of these trees. So the primal, fundamental prana, life force, if you will, is the Aleph. So that's something to think about. And then having these 5 different elements, right, of these final letters, if you compound them with the Hebrew, you end up with 27. Now, the 27, right, are going to correspond to each of the trees. Really important to understand this. And so you've got 4 trees, you've got 4 spheres of 27, right? And when you compound all of those, you end up with 108. So there's something to think about. That cross correlation between the 22 becoming the 27, becoming the 108, holding the mysteries of the astral within the etheric field that is being created by the 4 trees. Because these 4 trees exist within the astral. So that's something quite interesting to consider, and how the Hebrew alphabet, which comes from Paleo-Hebrew, which comes from Phoenician and all of that, really is a complete counting system that goes up to the digital element of 1,000. And so each of those things can represent that. So you can write a word. If you ever see a Hebrew word with a gigantic aleph on the end of it, you see it in the Torah some places, right? That's because that gigantic F now has a numerical value of 1,000. Anyway, food for thought. And these, what we call these final letter attributions, are not used by modern Kabbalists because they changed it. This is an older system we're talking about here. This is the original system that comes from older places, but the more modernized Jewish system, they don't recognize this very old traditional system, and they use the simple form of Gematria instead of the full form of Gematria, as I've just sort of shared with you. This is why most of the Gematria you read in books and stuff isn't going to be the full form of Gematria when it comes to Hebrew words. It's why it's so deceptive in its own way. Anyway.
All right, well, I have some more correspondences with 108.
Yeah, throw them out, brother.
Okay, so apparently the average distance from the Earth to the Sun is roughly 108 times the Sun's diameter. And the Sun's diameter is roughly 108 times the Earth's diameter.
Yep.
So,
yeah, there's relationships.
Also, as far as these 12 months of the Vedic understanding, there is a 13th month, but the 13th month is called the leap month, the extra month. But it was also known as the Purushottam month, which is like the month of Vishnu. But Vishnu was reserved for the second month traditionally. but they also would call it the Malmas, which means the impure or blemished month, because it basically lacks a solar transition. But I feel like I figured out why there's a 13th month, because women have a 28-day cycle, and there are 13 28-day cycles in a solar year, but they don't exactly align with the lunar calendar. So they say that with the lunar calendar that they're like 12.87 months. That's either on the sidereal or the other lunar counting, but it's not always that. Sometimes it's like closer to 12. But there are associations with each of these months with the principle and also with the god. And so I'm going to go through them real quick. We have Chaitra, the first month, is associated with creation and renewal, which of course is associated with Brahma. Then we have Vaishakha, which is associated with prosperity and harvest, which is associated with Vishnu. Then we have Jesta, which is associated with intensity and power, which is connected with Indra, the god of storms. Then we have enlightening. Then we have the month of Ashadha, which is associated with rains and cleansing, which is connected to Varuna. Then there is Shravana, that's associated with devotion and discipline. That's connected with Shiva. Then we have Bhadrapada, which is associated with wisdom and service, which is connected to Ganesha, who is also connected to Shiva. It's like the son of Shiva, or the son of Shakti, at least. Then we have Ashwin, after Bhadrapada, is associated with healing and light, which is connected with Surya. Then we have Kartik, which is associated with Tapasya. Is that right? Yeah.
Or Kartakaya. But anyway, carry on.
Or victory. And then that's connected to Lakshmi. Then there is Marga Shirsha, that's associated with Dharma and devotion. That's connected to Krishna. Then we have Pausha, that's associated with stillness and introspection. And that one is connected to Bhairava. Bhairava.
Bhairava. Bhairava. That's
Bhairava.
like, that's the dog.
Oh, okay. Then we have the month Magha, that is connected to, associated with ancestral honor.
I
And-
wonder if Bhairava's connected to Sirius.
Oh, yeah, it could be.
I wonder.
Because Sirius is also known as Cana Major and Cana Minor, as in like canine. And so those are the dog stars, because they dog around each other like two fighting dogs. And like we have cannabis, and they think that cannabis is like two dogs. Comes from Sirius. The Dogons said that.
Yes, I'm right, by the way.
Brought from Sirius.
It
Good
is. They say here in Hindu astronomy and mythology, Bhairava, a fierce form of Shiva, connects to the star Sirius, the dog star, through the divine vehicle Vahana and the dog Shvana, and his identification in Vedic sky lore with Rudra as the hunter or the celestial deer, the deer which is Mirga, and that relates to Orion. But it's really interesting.
Cool.
It's Bhairava is very closely associated with Sirius, so we're nailing it.
Excellent. And Rudra is associated with storms, although Indra is also associated with storms, but more connected with lightning. So then we have the last of the 12-month, Falguna, which is associated with completion and joy, and connected to Kamadeva. And The previous month was associated with Pitra Devatas, which I believe are also Devas. I'm not sure. So finally, there's Purushottam Mas, the extra Vishnu month that's sometimes associated with Lord Narayan. And I don't know if it's Narayana. That might be an avatar of Vishnu. I'm not sure. Maybe it's disconnected. But basically,
they're all sort of connected to each other.
Yeah.
Purusha, because that makes me think of light.
Oh, cool. And then, so basically on this 13th month, it's supposed to be a period that is a period of worship, declaring religious vows, reciting scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam, yeah, or mantras, or performing charity or fasting, which is Ekashadi, or doing meditation, or which all yield to manifold results during this time, that it is not considered to be a good time for traditional worldly material celebrations like weddings or housewarmings, Griha Pravesh, or launching new businesses. Those things are typically postponed during this month, and it's considered to be a time of introspection and inner purification and selfless service or seva. So it's like a weird month where you're not supposed to do important things. You're supposed to focus on being devout.
Interesting point about Purusha. The Purush relates to that silent witness within us, which leads us to the enlightenment, right? It's what leads us to the light, the Purush. And so it's like a time of deep contemplation. In fact, like you've got many different Gayatri mantra, and like there's a couple of different Shiva Gayatri mantra, which are the ones that I like. I mean, there's the Om Tat Savitur one that everybody else knows. I've personally always been drawn to Shiva. Like I feel very at home in Shiva's abode with Mahakali and Mahashakti, and it's like it's right down my alley. And I feel at home. Like finally, I've come home. Like welcome, thank you very much. I feel like I'm at home. Where's my bedroom? You know, and so the Gayatri mantra, which is the Shiva mantra, but it's for this one. It's the older one. It's related to Rudraji. Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. But you see there, Purushaya. That means Purush, come here, bring to me Purush. Bring to me that Purush which is going to bring the light, yeah, of the Mahadev, of the great spirit, which represents, the spirit of enlightenment. So it's like that month is interesting how they characterize it, because you were saying sometimes they characterize it as being a harmful month, right? But I don't think it's harmful. I think it's just the way people fear enlightenment. I mean, it's not a time to like do business.
Yeah, it's a time to go within, which is like a sacred time in its own way.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Parusha is connected to what I said, Griha Pravesh. Is that what you were saying? Which is like a housewarming?
Well, that's interesting. It's leading into that introspection period, right? It's what leads to that phase. And it's like a gatekeeper, if you will, for enlightenment, I think. And is necessary to prepare you for that darkness. And the darkness that you're going to see when you've been prepared for it is the light. Essentially, right? Because when you're in darkness and you see they speak about it as the black light, the dark light in the Sufi culture. And that's where you find the limitless light of the Kabbalah, the Ein Sof Or, yeah, that is within the darkness, because it starts off with Ein. You said a word earlier. Ein means nut. So nut means naught, means nothing. Noit, nut, nothing. And Ein means no. And then Ein Sof, right? And Ein Sof Or. Sof is related to Sof, related to information, defining information and knowledge. So we consider that they translate it in the Kabbalah as being related to limits. But it's only related to limits in as much as wisdom is a relation to limits, because Sof and Sophia are the same root word. And that limit represents the potentials of wisdom. So Ein Sof, like no potential limit, if you will. And then Or is light, like Or, which is pretty universal, or Aura, like all the languages. So Ein Sof Or, then they translate it as being the limitless light, when it's more like the unmanifest. Here's a better way of translating it: the unmanifest wisdom that is light. Doesn't that sound make more sense? And when we're comparing it to the black light, the dark light of the Sufis, because it then tallies better, I think. Holy doga boga lungies. We've done 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen. So let's say a few more words. We don't necessarily wrap it up all right now, because that would be like crunch, like, bye. He shuts down like that's a bye. Where'd they go? They were there, and then they weren't there.
I got a couple clarifications from Chaya. She's telling me that Pitra Devatas represents the lost ancestors, which were the ones attributed to the 11th month Magha, ancestral honor. Then we have the Kama Deva is the Lord of Desire, like the Kama Sutra. Desire. So I just want to make that note. Associated with Falguna, the final month of the 12 months. But I like what you were saying about how Yahweh swallowed up all these other gods. And I was trying to think of, I know there's some really close connections of some of these god names. And I feel like they connect to the Cometian god names too. So there's like the North African and then like the Yoruba gods. I feel like there's a connection with those Yoruba gods. By one thing of the fact of what they represent the same thing as all the other pantheon gods. They're always the exact same things. You got the one of the sea. You got the one of the underworld. That's the psychopomp associated with the wisdom. They got the one that's like associated with the sky, and the one that's associated with the land and war. And there's ones of like fresh water. There's different ones. But I feel like there's like some really strong connections there. And since they've dated, I watched this video about how the Cometians were Gnostic, and it talked about how they dated the orientation of the 3 pyramids of Giza with Orion being associated with the Nile River as representing the Milky Way. And they said the alignment of the Nile River with those Giza pyramids connected to the stars would have aligned with the stars, and the connection of the belt of Orion being connected to the Milky Way in its orientation to have been about 10,000 years ago. So if the Giza pyramids were built 10,000 years ago, they might have been re-inhabited 6,000 years ago. But it seems to me that there was an ancient, possibly antediluvian civilization in ancient Egypt, or Kemet, or I like to say Al-Kimu, which means the colony of Mu, the older name. That goes back before the Ice Age, potentially, or at least before the flood after the Ice Age. So I feel like it's an older civilization than Mesopotamia, but Mesopotamia is part of the restart of the new wave of civilization. And this older civilization might have had higher technology that was lost from the natural cataclysm and the catastrophe that ensued, just like Atlantis. So I feel like it was a part of the world civilization of Atlantis and Mu that got brought down, but also like the other pyramids, like Teotihuacan and Cholula pyramids in Mesoamerica, were said to have built by the Quinametsan giants
I
ancestors.
just wanted to ask you, just before you go away from the fasting, you mentioned what did you say? Alkali. What did you say about the ancient um the ancient what you said reminded me of elemental names of elements in Enochian language. And so I was like, he just said 4 Enochian names of the elements, but you just left off the M.
There's
Or
the
El
Teo-
Kali. You said you said I like to call it the El Kali, and you were talking about the old place of
oh
Mu.
Alkimu.
Alkimu.
Yeah, colony of Mu.
Because El Kalim, El Kalim Om. Those are like the 4 elemental names of Enochian system, which is interesting. I wonder where those names come from. The El Kalim Om. It looks like a combination of Vedic, Shemitic, and Afro-Asiac.
Sounds like
Afro.
alkaline.
It does, but I mean El Kalim Om. Those are the 4 elements in Enochian. And so I just never really considered the connections because I mean I'm not really into using the Enochian system. You know, I dipped my feet into it like decades ago, and I thought, something about it doesn't quite feel right. There's some inconsistencies in it that I didn't like in the way that the watchtowers work, and the feeling with the watchtowers something was missing. So, but for me personally, but the just the names are quite interesting. What you were saying, I don't know. I just wanted to throw that on there. It was just interesting.
That's cool. Yeah, that makes me think of the different names of Enoch, because Enochian comes from Enoch. It's also said to be the Enochian language is said to be the angelic language, because Enoch was brought by Azrael to hell, and they made him start on fire, but he was fearless, and he knew it was a mirage, or it was an illusion, and that it wouldn't hurt him. So through his powers of fearlessness and his faith that he would be protected, he was rewarded by them, and they decided that he was of such great wisdom and resolve that they would bring him to the heavenly kingdom, and that's what they did. They brought him there, and Yahweh was meanwhile searching for him on the surface world and could not find him, and came to realize he was already in the heavens. They had him brought up to the 7th heaven to grant him 72 wings to create him as Metatron. But these are the names that people are familiar with in the Hebrew narrative. But he also was referred to in Islam as Idris, Nabiullah Idris, the 3rd prophet of God. And before that, his initial name was Akhnuk, and Akhnuk became Nabiullah Idris. But back in Mesopotamia, he had a different name, Utu Abzu, which is the sun god Utu, Absu of the abyss, which is the underworld, or the sweetwater sea beneath the surface. So he had many different names, and I'm thinking of calling one of my kittens that I refer to as Nix. It's calling me Dries if he's a male, because I'm named him after Aknuk or Enoch.
Yo, brother, that's really cool. So, I see we're running into the 4 hours and 10 minutes. But continue with the bits that you were finishing off on. Please do. Don't leave the loose laces dangling too much.
No, you're good. I made some good notes on everything. I pretty much covered it all today.
Well, Cosmic, do you have any more things you want to throw on the table that you didn't throw on earlier, brother?
I think one more final thought, because I was thinking about the Rose Cross section you were talking about earlier, and I just kind of wanted to mention kind of one more thing about, like, we're talking about reason and, like, paradigms of belief, and it makes me realize, like, how a lot of things are, and belief systems are fractal in nature. You start out with the main fractal of the belief system, and then you sort of extrapolate it outward and sort of expand it and sort of contrast it into itself. And what that does is it kind of creates this effect of, like, oh my God, this is the truth. We're figuring things out, because it's like you're getting deeper and deeper into something, and sort of like understanding. Like, I think about, like, when you get like a kaleidoscope, like an actual, like, physical, like, tube kaleidoscope, where you basically, you have like a little tube, and you put these sort of like plastic, like, colored gems inside there, and they're kind of like randomly configured. But when viewed through the lens of the kaleidoscope, it then creates a sort of symmetry. So I think, in a lot of sense, I think that it's also important to be kind of be wary of false, fractal symmetry, because I think in the same way that fractals can sort of help to, understand our depth of the universe and the cosmic mind, I think fractals can also be used in dark and nefarious ways. So I just kind of wanted to put that final thought into the conversation. But yeah, that's about all I have to say for today.
Yeah, I think that's so important. Like, something to always consider. Like, we are living in a fractal nature universe, and everything does emerge from everything else. And the small things are very similar to the big things.
Well, I want to read a little quick mantra from the Sri Upanishad, and this is the mantra 9, 10, and 11. It's translated to say, "Those who are engaged in the culture of the nescient activities shall enter into the darkest region of ignorance. Worse still are those engaged in the so-called culture of knowledge. The wise have explained to us that one result is derived from the culture of knowledge, and it is said that a different result is obtained from the culture of nescience. But only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death and enjoy the full blessings of immortality." Nescience is unknowing ignorance, naivety.
That's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful way to end the discussion. I hope you guys all enjoyed. An 8th. What's this, Cosmic? Your dealer just arrived. Cosmic's all excited. There was a knock at the door. The doorbell went off. He's like, my favorite person in the whole world just arrived.
All right.
He brought me my 8th. Yeah. Cosmic's off to Bodyland, mate. What strand are we talking, Cosmic?
No, I just mentioned that because Vincent Muller mentioned 8th, and so I just kind of I like to play on people's words sometimes. It's fun.
Do you know what they call that in London?
Nah.
Or shall we say, do you know what they call that in South London? In it, if you go to South London and you go to like a place like like what part of South London? Like close to the Thames, yeah? Or if you go to Kingston or to man, why can't I think of these place names? Gosh, it's not
I
that.
mean, basically Austin Powers land, essentially.
No. Austin Powers is white land. The place I'm talking about is not so white land. It's more Croydon side, and from Croydon all the way across to the Thames, South London. They call it South London, innit? But there are a lot of like brothers out there, like African people from different cultures. And so they call it an 8-ball, yeah? They call it an 8-ball. You know what else they call it in London, mate? In South London? They call it food. You got food, brother? This white guy here looking for food. Anybody got any food? Yeah, I got some food for you. What are you looking for, buddy? You looking for an 8-ball? Yeah, 8-ball. So they call it an 8-ball, and it's food. Oh, and if you wanna get a kilogram, it's called a box. What are you looking for, mate? An 8-ball or a box? It's just a box.
I love that.
Yeah. Just thinking about that. That's just in the African culture. If you get like into the African culture, I always preferred to go to the Africans personally, because them brothers know them weed much better than the white boys.
Oh yeah.
You want good weed, you go to the Africans. Yeah, wasting time with the white boys. Anyway, so you got to like click into their culture and understand what they're talking about, because they got their own lingo. It's like first time I was like 8-ball. Like, what the fuck? You want to play pool? It's like, no, mate, an 8-ball, an 8. Like, where you been, man?
No, mate. In it.
Did you fall out of a tree? Anyway, well, on a giggly note, sending you all much love and much blessing. It's been an honor being here with you guys, Cosmic and Indy, as always. Love the discussion. Sending you guys all love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. And in the chat as well, I hope you guys got what you came for. I hope you came for what you got. I hope you enjoyed what you got, and that you come again to get more of what you came for. Sending you all big love, peace, honor, respect. Don't forget to smile. Life is short, so smile while you can. Om Namah Shivaya.
Blessed be.
Shanti, shanti, shanti.